problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is CPAC International. Please welcome CPAC board member Gordon Chang.
Hello, Patriots! Hello, Freedom Warriors! Last year at CPAC, when we were here, dangerous regimes, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea were on the march. They were infiltrating and subjugating free societies. The world was aflame and peace seemed unattainable. At home, we had leftists, communists, globalists, wokers. We had deviants. Evil itself were taking over. But now, all of them, at home and abroad, are in retreat because we have had enough. We are taking over our societies. One school board, one town council, one country at a time. And our movement is global. It's here and it's around the world. Freedom is back because America is back. And America is back because President Trump is back. The flame of freedom burns bright in this room, in this country, and in the hearts of good people everywhere. And CPAC is leading the charge. In Japan, Jay Aiba started the first CPAC in 2017. He's held a CPAC every year since, and now conservatism is showing its green shoots in Japan. In Australia, CPAC Australia was instrumental in protecting freedom of expression, and it was protecting equal rights. In 2023, it defeated an amendment that would have treated different citizens different ways. And clearly, this was racial prejudice. This referendum that CPAC Japan defeated, it would have made sure that different races were treated unfairly. CPAC Korea is defending the most fragile democracy on the face of the earth. In South Korea, leftists are trying to seize the government by removing President Yoon Suk-yeol. And the only thing that is stopping this from happening is conservatives on the streets in the cold confronting leftist forces. And we are seeing in Mexico, their CPAC Japan is attacking leftism everywhere, which is embedded thoroughly in Mexican society. So far, CPAC has been to Japan, it's been to Korea, Hong Kong, Australia, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Hungary, and Israel. And we are going to other countries soon because CPAC in this country stands shoulder to shoulder with free people everywhere. Freedom Warriors, we are now in a fight. We're in a fight between democracy and tyranny, between freedom and oppression, and between good and evil. And Freedom Warriors, we stand our ground, we do not yield, we are civilization's last line of defense. And yes, we will prevail because the Almighty is on our side. May God protect and bless all of you. Thank you. Fight!
founder and director of CPAC Australia, Andrew Cooper, and Chairman CPAC Australia, Warren Mundine.
Hello, CPAC. Oh, so much for that. Oh.
Well, Warren, here we are on the big stage.
Yes.
Elon and JD, they were just there.
They were just there. They're the B team. We're the A team now. We're
Now, Warren, you're a former president of the left Labor Party in Australia.
Right.
One of the things I find exciting here is seeing, former leftist Democrat supporters like Elon and RFK and Tulsi, even Zuck. Can you believe it? Zuck is even flirting with free speech. It's amazing. Tell us about your journey from left to right.
Well, as I said, I was president, national president of the Australian Labor Party for a few years. And then, but I've always had this basic belief in capitalism and freedom, liberties, freedom of speech, freedom of religion and that. And I saw the Labor Party moving very quickly to the far left. They were left, but they've gone so far left it's not funny. They're almost spinning around in a circle. And then I said, I can't stay in this party, so I left. And then I left, and then I was asked by a Prime Minister, a Liberal Party Prime Minister, to come and work for them. And I did. That was the John Howard years. And then I went on to Tony Abbott and that, and I found my ground. It was fresh air for me, the idea of freedoms and liberties that we've got to fight for. And it reminded me of the conversations I read about with Margaret Thatcher, where you've got to, liberty and freedoms and that you've got to fight, you have a battle for. And every morning you've got to get up and fight the same battle again. And so that's what I committed myself for. And this is when I met this great man, the founder of CPAC Australia, and he convinced me to join, and let's take up that battle.
And I must say, that's one of the smartest decisions I've ever made, was to invite Warren to become chairman of CPAC Australia, because we've got an election coming up in a couple of months in Australia, and there's a resurgence of confidence within the Australian Conservatives, and a lot of that confidence can largely be traced back to you, Warren, when you led the fight against a horrible proposed amendment to the Australian Constitution. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, that's right. The Constitution that they're going to change was put one race above every other race, one single group that was going to have more power than the rest of Australians. And yet Australia is like America. We're a country of, yes, Indigenous people, like the Native Americans and that, well, our Aboriginal people, but also we're a large country of immigrants, people who are coming to Australia looking for a better life, looking for the freedoms and that we offer. And yet here we were, these woke people were going to change our constitution, give more power to one group than any other group. So I stood up, and of course I was with the great Senator Jacinta Nampijinpa Price. Good on her. So we got up and we fought this battle. And what we knew was that Australian people had been so beat up, had been so crushed by the wokes and the cancel culture that they were scared about voting. In fact, when we kicked off, it was something like 80% were going to vote for this change in the Constitution against 20% no. But within 4 to 5 months, we flipped it. We gave the Australian people a voice, that they could stand up against this cancel culture, that they could stand up for equality and that everyone is equal before God. We are all God's children. And we won. We ended up winning 60-40, and we destroyed that attack on our constitutional freedom.
And that was really the beginning of the resurgence, as I said, in confidence for the Conservative parties in Australia. And that, of course, has just been compounded so much more with the election of Donald J. Trump. That's been fantastic, hasn't it?
It has been brilliant to see Donald Trump come back and help us in this resurgence, in fact leading it and making the world feel more confident about standing up for their rights and freedoms. And having him there has just, we're so proud to be at CPAC here. We're so proud, to see JD Vance and the people who have been working so hard with Donald Trump to make the world free again. The other thing too, we are coming up with an election.
We have the election.
We're having an election coming up in a couple of months. Mm-hmm. And for the first time in nearly 100 years, it looks like a government will not have a second term, that we are going to slay the Socialist Labor government and bring the Conservatives back into power.
And you know what, Warren? They're going to win, or we hope that they'll win, not because they're pandering to the other side. They've found their voice, haven't they? Peter Dutton, the leader, has found his voice. He's standing up for the values and principles of which we hold dear. And wouldn't you believe it? People are responding. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought that people love the idea of having freedom? They're having the idea that people are created equal. Wouldn't you find it really weird that they love the capitalist system where you can run your own businesses and employ people and do things? He's standing up and fighting against the left. He's making it to be proud to be Australians. In fact, he's put up that we all should stand under the Australian flag, like you all stand under the American flag and be proud of it and be proud of your country. And it's just amazing how people are responding to this. And as I said, it looks like for the first time in 100 years, the possibility of a government being tossed out in its first term. And that is going to be an incredible time for us.
Now, we have a CPAC in Australia. Who wants to come down under to Australia? All right, we need a bigger room, Warren.
Well, we need a bigger room. We're going to get a big room.
So CPAC in Australia is in September 18 to 20. We'd love to see you down under. We're a pretty friendly bunch. We'll have the koalas waiting for you at the airport.
Be careful of the koalas. They're cute and cuddly, but they may pee on you. So what's that?
Well, we thank you for making us feel so welcome here. There's one commitment we will make to you. Your president has committed to you, and you have enabled your president to have the opportunity to make America great again. I heard Nigel Farage say yesterday that he is going to make Britain great again. We will commit to you that we will do everything possible to make Australia great again. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome from CPAC Korea, former Ambassador-at-Large for Global Criminal Justice, Morris Tan.
Good morning, CPAC. It was my honor to serve in President Donald J. Trump's first term as his ambassador-at-large for global criminal justice. And I want to hearken back to a little bit of history here. In 1950, the Joseph Stalin installed government of North Korea invaded South Korea to seek to overrun it. And in that conflict, a US-led coalition of 20-some countries repelled the communist aggression at the price of 50,000 American casualties. I honor the blood that was spilled by American soldiers to keep the whole peninsula from being one big North Korea, which is the most oppressive, darkest, most unjust place on planet Earth. And believe me, I know of many such places around the world, and it is number one in that regard. Now, South Korea stands on the edge of a cliff. The democracy in South Korea is in a danger that it has not been in for decades. President Yoon, who loves America, who was strongly and staunchly allied with the United States of America, has been impeached and is in danger of being prematurely removed from office. Why? Because he had the courage to stick out his neck and say that there are things that are amiss in South Korea because there have been many indications of election fraud. We know something about that, I think, here in the United States. And there is a parallel situation going on. President Yoon, indeed, has been called the Donald Trump of Asia. And he declared martial law in order to try to seize evidence in regards to the election cheating that he believes has run rampant and has given the Liberal Democratic Party in South Korea an overwhelming supermajority in South Korea that they have used in legislative tyranny to overrun the country, to give a haven to North Korean spies, to welcome the influence of the Chinese Communist Party. And they are rushing through a conviction process potentially before the Constitutional Court that if 6 justices on that court vote to remove him from office, he will be prematurely removed from office even though he was the duly elected president of Korea by the people of South Korea. They are rushing this through because his chief political rival who wants to supplant him as president, Lee Jae-myung, who has allegedly sent millions of dollars over to North Korea against US sanctions and against the UN Security Council sanctions, who has aligned himself with North Korea and with the Chinese Communist Party, is himself accused of various crimes that if he is convicted, he would be disqualified from being a candidate for president of South Korea. So there is a legal and political race going on to try to convict and remove President Yoon before Lee Jae-myung is disqualified for running for president of Korea in the emergency election that will ensue if Yoon is removed. This is an issue for which freedom-loving, democracy-loving Americans should not be neutral. This is a situation where our government and our people should stand with our allies in South Korea and with President Yoon and stand up and be counted and let the world know that the robbing of democracy and the destruction of democracy, that we spilled blood to the tune of 50,000 casualties in the Korean War, will not be in vain, but that the democracy in South Korea could flourish and the people's elected president, President Yoon, who loves America, who is closely aligned with America, would be able to be vindicated in the Constitutional Court and restored to his rightful office. Thank you.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
President Trump is back in the White House. Donald Trump won the presidency.
Trump is back in the White House.
Donald Trump has taken back America.
I actually started quite a while ago in CPAC, and I enjoyed it so much that I came back for a second one, then a third, then I said, what the hell, let's run for president. Matt said, it's like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. He says, you should run for politics. He's the one, he said, you should run for the presidency of the United States.
It is my honor to introduce to CPAC 2017 our president, Donald Trump.
First of all, I want to thank Matt Schlapp and his very, very incredible wife and boss, Mercedes, who have been fantastic friends and supporters, and so great when I watch them on television defending me. Nobody has a chance. I love this place. Love you people. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you. We know that there are still more records to be shattered, new summits to be scaled, more triumphs to be realized, and more amazing history just waiting to be written. The American adventure has only just begun. God bless America, and we will see you next year. Thank you very much. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon. Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
Puts a very bright light on the two-tier system of justice that only seems to go after President Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination. He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job. He's a very inquisitive person who loves to talk about the economy.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
When the bad people of Mexico meet with the bad people of the United States, what's the result? Culture of death, child trafficking, abortion, illegal guns, drugs, death. Mexico and the United States, we are not just neighbors, we're brothers and sisters. We need to work together, and let's make Mexico and America great together again.
Let's send the world a message. We condemn the police state tactics of Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Lula da Silva, and Joe Biden.
I want to start by thanking Matt and Mercedes Schlapp and everyone at the American Conservative Union.
They say globalism comes to die at CPAC. I'm here to tell you that in El Salvador, it's already there.
An amazing time to be in this fight for freedom.
Eliminar la corrupción de la política, pero no nos vamos a rendir en volver a ser Argentina grande nuevamente.
Va a ser quién va a ganar y bien quién va a proteger a la familia. Esa es la batalla. Y ellos, al final del día, querían llegar a nuestros hijos para dividirnos. ¡Viva España! ¡Viva los Estados Unidos! ¡Viva Israel!
Vamos a ganar.
Before the cabinet room, you saw Donald Trump's next cabinet make wave.
Family is calling me, is calling MAGA supporters enemy of America.
That's right.
I am the daughter of a Cuban political prisoner who fought for freedom, who fought against authoritarian and dictators. He sounds just like Fidel Castro did. Fidel Castro would target the enemies of his government and try to take them down. This is exactly what we're seeing with Joe Biden. He should be ashamed of himself. No American should be called a Nazi or be called an enemy of the state.
Yeah.
Those of us who love this country, and I have spent my whole life defending freedom in America.
As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
We're from the government. We're here to help.
Being woke is easy when it was just a call to defund the police or end capitalism, right? It's a little different when your fellow ideologues start cheering for your beheading. And here's a question. This next video, does this look like London to you? The pro-Hamas protests making for a very interesting political moment at Harvard. A university recently ranked the worst school for free speech in America. What would Harvard do in a moment like this, we all wondered? A school that will expel you for using the wrong pronoun and making a pink-haired trans girl cry. Well, in this moment, Harvard just miraculously transformed into free speech absolution. Apparently at Harvard, there's nothing offensive at all, even though everything's offensive at Harvard. There's nothing offensive at all about celebrating the murder of 1,000 people, including a whole bunch of kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President and founder of Movimiento Viva Mexico, Eduardo Verástegui.
Buenos días. Good morning. Good energy right here. So, dear friends, brothers and sisters in the fight for life, family, and freedom, it is an honor to stand before you today, not just as a Mexican, not just as a conservative, but as a fellow soldier in this great battle for our civilization. Today, we gather not just as citizens of our respective nations, but as one great family of patriots who understand a fundamental truth. If evil never rests, then neither can we. The good news is that common sense has won once again in the United States. President Trump has won for a third time. Yes. President Trump is back. And after these 4 years, he should run again. 4 more years. 4 more years. There you go. I agree with you. We are living in a defining moment in history. This is not just another political cycle, not just another ideological struggle. What is at stake is the future of our nations, the future of our children, and the survival of Western civilization itself. A civilization built on truth, justice, and liberty. Yet today, those values are under attack like never before across many countries in our region. The enemies of freedom are advancing in Latin America. Communism, Marxism, woke ideology, narco states, and globalist elites who seek to enslave our people. So I ask you, are we going to let them take over the rest of the world? Of course not. Are we going to sit back and watch as our nations fall to corruption, tyranny, and moral decay? Of course no. We are going to fight, and that's why I'm going to join the Elon Musk and President Trump's movement. My heart goes out to all of you. Fight, fight, fight. And that's why the work that CPAC is doing around the world is crucial. Because only when we fight together can we win. Thank you, Matt and Mercedes, for your leadership. And thank you for your invitation. And I'm happy to announce that CPAC Mexico will be taking place in Mexico City in September. Please follow our social media, CPAC Mexico on Instagram and X. Very soon, we will be sharing all the details of the event. I would love to see all of you there. I promise you, you will have the best time of your life. Great food, great margaritas with moderation. With moderation, it's okay. Freedom fighters, are you ready to keep fighting? Here is a call to action on 3 principles. Our fight will be grounded in 3 fundamental human rights: life, family, and freedom. The battle for life. The first battle we must fight is the battle to protect the culture of life. Because if we do not defend life, especially the lives of the most vulnerable, if we do not stand up for the most innocent, the most defenseless, then sooner or later we will destroy each other. We will kill each other. As Mother Teresa said, the greatest destroyer of peace today is abortion, because it is a war against the child, a direct killing of the innocent child, murdered by the mother herself. Today, in many parts of the world, being pro-life is seen as an act of rebellion. They call us radicals for saying something as basic as every human being has the right to be born. Can you believe that? But I ask you, who are the radicals? Who are the real radicals? Radicals are those who advocate for the killing of babies in the womb, even at 9 months of pregnancy, and in some cases, even after birth. Who are the radicals? Well, that is not just radical, that is evil. They tell us abortion is a right, when in reality, it is the greatest genocide of our time. They tell us euthanasia is an act of compassion, when in truth, real compassion is protecting every human life, because every human life matters. But we will not remain silent, because evil triumphs when good people remain silent. And when good people remain silent, they're not good people anymore, because they are part of the problem. We will continue to expose this culture of death and promote a culture of life, because a nation that kills its own children has no future. The second front of our fight is the defense of the family. The family is the foundation of society. It's the first government, the first church, and the first school. And that is why the enemies of freedom want to destroy it. They seek to impose ideologies that confuse our children, strip away their innocence, and attack marriage and motherhood. Because a country without strong families is a weak country, very easily manipulated and controlled. We will defend God's design for the family and protect the innocence of our children. Finally, we will defend freedom. We live in an era where those who speak the truth are persecuted, where censorship and political oppression have become the tools of tyrants. We have seen how they try to silence pro-life leaders, silence priests who preach God's word, silence ordinary citizens who simply want to live in peace. Freedom is a gift from God, and no government has the right to take it away from us. We will also follow the principles of freedom to grow our economies, lift our brothers and sisters out of poverty, and build a strong middle class. In Latin America, we have seen how socialism makes the majority of the population very poor. These people love poverty that they multiply it. They love so much poverty that they end up multiplying it. Socialism is a cancer. It destroys everything that it touches. Right now in Mexico, we have a socialist government. Mexico is becoming like Venezuela, Cuba, or Nicaragua. If we don't react soon, tomorrow is going to be too late. And for all these reasons, I'm here. I joined the fight for freedom many years ago when I was working in Hollywood as an actor. I made a promise to God that I will never use my talents again to do anything that will offend my faith, my family, or my Latino culture. And after I made that promise, I ended up not working for 4 years. Be careful what you promise. So I opened a production company and I became a film producer. We started with Bella, Little Boy, Sound of Freedom, Cabrini, and in December, the new one, The Massacre of the Holy Innocents. I'm not a politician. I'm an actor, a filmmaker, and a human rights activist. But I learned that in politics, there is no empty seats. There's always someone occupying those spaces, making decisions that will change the destiny of our nation. If not forever, then at least for a long time. And those decisions will affect our families for good or for bad. So after our movie Sound of Freedom was released, my eyes were open on many fronts. And I made a promise to God that I would not rest until we eradicate human trafficking, child trafficking, end abortion, and protect our Christian values. But I knew I had to start in my country. That's why in 2023, I wanted to run for president of Mexico as an independent candidate. But the system wasn't built for outsiders. The same corrupt politicians blocked me from competing in the 2024 elections. They were afraid of outsiders. In Mexico right now, there is no real opposition. There is opposition. The majority of the Mexican people do not have political representation. And the majority of Mexicans are tired of corruption, tired of lies, tired of politicians who serve the cartels instead of the people. And that's why it is so important to continue the fight for freedom. We will never stop. We will never give up. We will give our lives for this mission. It's not about us. It's about using our talents to make this world a better place. It is about glorifying God in everything that we do. It's about fighting for something bigger than yourself, bigger than ourselves. Remember this one. Man gives the battle, but only God gives the victory. Man gives the battle, but only God gives the victory. But I have hope. I have faith, and I know that very soon everything will change in Mexico. Very soon we will receive official approval from Mexico's Electoral Institute to begin building a new conservative political party. I am proud to announce that very soon Movimiento Nacional Viva Mexico will officially be underway. And Viva Mexico is not going to be just another political party. This will be the largest movement to free Mexico from socialism, communism, the radical left, woke ideology, and the corrupt globalist. Because Mexico is ready. Enough is enough. We don't want the same anymore. It's time to change. For too long, our country has been ruled by criminals in government working hand in hand with the cartels. Even President Trump recently recognized that Mexico has become a narco state. But I have a message for the corrupt leaders of Mexico. Your time is up. I know this fight will not be easy. The establishment will come after us, threaten us, but they won't stop us. Because we know this is not just a political or cultural battle. It is essentially a spiritual battle, and we are ready to fight. We are not alone. God plus one is an army, and we are more than one. We are more than one. We are the majority. If God is with us, who can be against us? Nobody. Because I believe that with courage, determination, and God's help, we will rescue our nation. We will defeat corruption. We will defend our families, our faith, and our freedom. So let me say this loud and clear. God willing, with the Viva Mexico movement, we will make Mexico free again. We will make Mexico safer again. We will make Mexico healthy again. We will make Mexico pro-life again. We will be working really hard so we can make Mexico godly again. And we will make Mexico great again. And we will do this together, because together we're stronger. We are not just neighbors, we are brothers and sisters. What happens? What happens when the good people of Mexico work with the good people of the United States? What is the result? Sound of freedom. A movement that is designed to end child trafficking in the world. Good things happen. Now, what happens when the bad people of the United States work with the bad people of Mexico? When they work together, what is the result? Fentanyl, drugs, human trafficking, child trafficking, illegal guns, terrorism. The USA is the #1 consumer of child sex in the world, the #1 consumer of drugs, the #1 consumer of child pornography, and Mexico, the #1 provider of all three. So I want to stop here for a second. We have done a lot of harm to each other. And we can't move forward without first forgiving each other. I believe in the power of forgiveness. So I want to start this movement of forgiveness here in Washington, D.C., and I pray that God will heal the wounds. So on behalf of Mexico, I want to apologize for all the harm Mexico has done to the United States. And the United States needs to apologize to Mexico for all the harm they have done to Mexico. And after this breach of forgiveness, then we need to make sure that the good people of both nations work together and through bilateral efforts eradicate as much as we can all of the bad things that we have done to each other and focus on all the good things that we have done to each other. Capitalize on all the positive. Then we will be unstoppable. Together as brothers and sisters. When the United States and Mexico stand together, our nations are safer. Our border is safer. Together, we will make Mexico and United States great again, and we will make the Americas great again. God bless Mexico, God bless America, God bless the world. ¡Viva Estados Unidos! ¡Viva México! ¡Y que viva la Virgen de Guadalupe! Thank you very much. God bless you.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are switching to Newsmax. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need those woke streaming services anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Rob Finnerty.
Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really terrific.
Gain access to exclusive documentaries, series, and special briefings. It's free to start. So go to NewsmaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
This lunacy will end on my first day back in the Oval Office. I promise you it will end immediately.
John Trump to sell it and swear.
RSBN, by the way, how good is RSBN? They do a good job. So beautiful.
Creators, it's time to take control. With Bursts, you create impactful content in seconds. Powered by blockchain, your content and earnings are protected, transparent, and yours to control. Play TV isn't just a platform. It's a community of creators building a new future together. Your freedom starts when you press play.
Still under construction, but already the biggest news station in Poland. The only international TV station that interviewed Donald J. Trump.
I'd like to say hello to the Polish people.
Poland's leftist government wants to destroy us, but we are not backing down. We're building conservative, English-speaking European news station. Join the movement. Support the revolution.
Make Europe great again. This is Republica, the home of free speech.
Hey, CPAC Patriots, make sure to go downstairs to go check out all of our incredible sponsors for CPAC 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Parent Trap. What happens when we leave our kids to the professionals? Please welcome America First Policy Institute Chair of the Center for Education Opportunity, Erica Donalds. Congressional Commission for the Social Status of Black Men and Boys, Jack Brewer. And your moderator, Senior Vice President of Communications, Alliance Defending Freedom, Billy Atwell.
Well, I want to start by thanking Matt and Mercy Schlapp for making this panel possible, and I'm so grateful for you two for giving up your time. Again, my name is Billy Atwell. I'm the Senior Vice President of Communications at Alliance Defending Freedom. ADF exists to advance every person's God-given right to live and speak the truth, and we contend for truth in law, policy, and the public square. For those unfamiliar with our work, our attorneys are attributed with 15 Supreme Court victories, and we have an international team that's doing work throughout the world. They just came back from ARC. Thank you. We've actually got 2 Supreme Court cases going on right now that I think you would be very interested in. The first one is Medina versus Planned Parenthood. It's about protecting a state's right to decide if taxpayers should go to organizations like Planned Parenthood. And I feel like I have a pretty warm crowd for that, that idea. And the other is about education, which relates to this topic here. It's Oklahoma Statewide Charter School Board versus Drummond. It's about defending the decision to defund a religious charter school and fight for equal treatment of religious organizations in education. There are few issues that are going to impact our children and our grandchildren more than reforms to the education system, and that's why we're here. First, Erica Donalds is an education entrepreneur and is the founder and chairman of Optima Ed and the chair of America First Policy Institute Centers for Education and Opportunity. A former elected school board member, she is known as a national expert on education policy and school choice and is a frequent commenter and speaker on this issue. She spent 20 years in the financial services industry, finishing her career as the CFO and managing partner of a multi-billion-dollar investment management firm. Erica and her husband, Congressman Byron Donalds, lives in Florida. You're familiar? Very good. She lives in Naples, Florida with their 3 sons. Jack Brewer serves as the chair of the Center for Opportunity Now and chairman of the Jack Brewer Foundation. Recently, Jack was co-chair of Black Voices for Trump Victory Fund. He is a White House appointee on the Congressional Commission for the Social Status of Black Men and Boys and is currently the lead independent director for the GEO Group. He was the team captain for the NFL's Minnesota Vikings, the Philadelphia Eagles, who you may have heard of recently, and what I find to be the pinnacle of his career at the New York Giants. So I'm born in Brooklyn, I can't help myself. All right, let's lay a foundation, if you don't mind, for this topic. Erica, talk about what you see as the current state of particularly the public education system.
Well, the public education system in America has literally failed the American people. It hasn't lived up to the promise where we parents were told if you send your child to this school for 8 hours a day, we're going to teach them to read and do math and achieve their own American dream. That was a lie. We just found out a few weeks ago that only 1/3 of our students are doing reading and math on grade level, according to the National Report Card, the NAEP. And we are spending billions and billions of dollars not to teach our kids how to succeed and how to carry forward this republic that we all so value, but we're teaching them about victimhood and oppressors and the wrong history of the United States and the world, and to hate themselves and to hate our country. And so we are taking the education system back, though. We're here in the golden age of America, right, at the cusp of that. President Trump has promised to not only dismantle the Department of Education, but enact school choice and support universal school choice in our states where education belongs. So there's reason for hope, even though the education system has been failing for the past 100 years.
Yeah, that's a great point. And you think about in the state where I live, Virginia, Glenn Youngkin essentially won the governor's seat on the issue of education and speaking to parents. Like, that was a key differentiator for him. Jack, President Trump, it feels like he's been president for like a year and a half this term because so much has happened in a few weeks, right. But it's not been that long, and yet a lot has happened. What has he done so far that's really encouraged you on the topic of education?
First off, I want to look at the American people and whoever's watching and speak to your kids for a second and just tell your child, if no one's ever told you this, Jesus Christ loves you.
Amen.
You are not a victim. You have victory in Christ, and He is the ruler over your life. President Trump has done so much, but I think the most important thing that he's done in front of the American people is he has stood for biblical truth.
Yeah.
When he sat in front of the nation and said, God created man and woman, and that's it.
That's right.
And so when you talk about the education system, our founding fathers did not create an education system that is going to indoctrinate boys and girls to make them believe that they can be transgender and any gender they wanted to choose. Our education system was established with the basic belief in the Word of God. And so anything else throws us off. And I think President Trump has taken a stand. I think you've seen more and more companies coming by and back him. More and more employers in America have backed him because we're getting rid of these DEI policies and all these things that have drifted into our education system to start to pick winners and losers and actually separate us and put us back decades in regards to social and biblical justice. And so I just think that we should all understand the spiritual time in which we're living right now in America, particularly with our children.
Yep.
And let's get the 10 Commandments back in our schools. You're seeing it happen in Louisiana. You're seeing it happen in so many other states around our country. We all must take a stand, no matter what your religion is, to get this word back into the hearts and minds of our children that may not have access to it.
Yep.
Amen. Erica, it's hard to know what to do sometimes, though, because parents, I think the instinct when they see these things happening in the public schools is to say, I'm going to put my kids in private school, I'm going to homeschool. And those are good options, and for some people that's the right decision. But you also don't want to forfeit the public arena to the other side. And then again, it's our children who are vulnerable and impressionable. How would you've got children, you're in the later teen phases with your children. How would you advise a parent with little kids like me? My kids are younger, they're like 11 to 2. We got a spread of 4. And we're struggling with it. Like we're asking ourselves the question right now, what's the best educational model? How would you advise a parent, given the system we have now, how would you advise them to go about making those decisions?
Well, that very dilemma is what got me involved in education. As you mentioned, I wasn't an educator, I was a CPA, but I have 3 children, and for one of my children, the A school that I was sending him to did not work well for him. He was miserable, therefore I was miserable as a parent. And I was fortunate enough to find a classical Christian private school to send him to, and his entire life changed in the 1st grade. He started to love learning and thrive in that environment. And I thought, well, how many other Darrens are out there? And can I help by serving on my local school board to give them options? But that's when my eyes were opened to the education monopoly and the corruption that is happening in our school districts. What I would say is, the left wants to say that our obligation is to the collective. But as parents, our number one obligation is to our family and to our own children, raising them in the things of God. And that is your contribution to the community, raising your children well and making sure that they are prepared to be good citizens in this republic. And so you need to take care of your own children first. I personally would not send my children into a public school in this day and age. I don't care if it's an A or not. I don't trust them. And so I would do whatever I possibly could to find the right educational environment for my children. You take care, put your own mask on first, help your children, and then do things for your community. Run for school board. It's not a bad thing to do, but a lot of the families that I know that are running for school board that are involved in education reform, they took care of their children first, but they're there, as I was, to help take care of their community and other children that don't have that same opportunity.
Right, because the public education system is everybody's. Even if your kids are homeschooled or you go to a private school, that's your school too. We're paying for that. And we deserve to have an influence there. We're seeing a huge shift in the country with regard to DEI. It's been unpopular for a long time, but we're seeing major institutions and politicians starting to come on board and get with it. Alliance Defending Freedom, we've got a corporate engagement division that's been working, and part of the product of that work was what we're seeing with Walmart. Shareholders are speaking out, and they're saying, we're tired of this, we don't want it, and Walmart's making good decisions. There are also corporations that are not making the right decisions, but they're feeling the pressure. Jack, talk about, because you've worked a lot with young black men and boys, you've dealt with the issue of fatherlessness, which we can get into in a minute too, but talk about the impact of DEI and that general mentality on the education system.
First off, the devil is a lie, and DEI is a lie.
That's right.
All right? So I want to start off by saying that I'm a black man, and I happen to be the lead independent director of a multi-billion-dollar public company. And so America does have opportunity for people just like me. And I'll take that further. When you look at what DEI really does, so I do a lot of community work. I got my master's in education, adjunct professor. I've taught from, you're talking about the poorest of the poor on to multimillionaires. But the one thing that remains consistent is that whenever you tell someone that they're a victim, or you tell someone they don't have the ability to learn, then they won't.
Right.
So I have a little girl in one of my programs. She literally went to class. She got an F on a math exam. And the teacher told her that it's okay because she's a little black girl and that she doesn't have the ability to do this math. Telling the girl that math is racist. So for me, that burns me up inside. And so you start to think about what these little children are being taught in some of these public schools that Erica just mentioned, and it's just heart-wrenching. I'll tell you another story. When you talk about people, and Erica said this, it's not just about us, it's about our community, man. When you look at our juveniles, we got to realize juvenile crime in the United States of America went up 21% last year. These are the little kids, the little boys. I have men in my prison program who have been locked up since the age of 14 with grown men. We have to do something for the poorest of the poor. It starts in our education system. We cannot leave these men and these children fatherless. Yep. Our nation is the most fatherless nation on the planet. We have over 18 million kids that don't have an active father in their home. I went to a juvenile courtroom. There were 25 young men and boys, most of them black, at court to be sentenced by a judge. I looked around, there was only one father in the entire courtroom. Can you imagine if your child was being sentenced? This is the epidemic that we're facing in our nation right now. Our education system will never work if we don't put the man back in the home.
It's a basic Christian concept. Children deserve a mother and a father.
Amen.
Every child deserves a mother and a father. I mentioned a minute ago that we're seeing shifts in DEI and public perception of it. Erica, you and I were talking about this earlier. How do we take what we see as a public opinion shift and make institutional change out of it, right? We can all like the ideas. We can be at CPAC and be excited about the ideas that we've gotten, that we're seeing some progress. But how do we influence institutions? So how do we get from where we are to where we want to go?
Well, that's so important for this audience, right? Because these are the people that believe as we do and have believed as we do, but now the rest of the country has also come along against DEI. People, it's an 80% issue. It was the #1 issue for President Trump, saying there are only 2 genders. We're going to get men out of women's sports. And now he got elected with such a mandate and is enforcing Title IX and the protections that provides to girls in their spaces and in their athletics. And he's going to plow forward. You got to elect the right people. That's one way to institutionalize it. But look at something like school choice. School choice now enjoys over 70% support across the country, including 67% of Democrats support school choice. But you also see 100% of Democrats voting against school choice in our state legislators. Why? Because the teachers union and the funding behind them are controlling those electors. But then you look at a place like Texas, where also rural Republicans went against it, and you had organizations like AFC, Donald Trump himself, America First, Policy Institute come get rid of the majority of the Republican incumbents that voted against school choice last year. And this year, in just a few weeks, Texas will pass a school choice bill and spend $1 billion on giving parents options. So that's how you do it.
Yeah.
You get the public and you get the right people in office to make those bold changes.
Yeah, elections have consequences.
They do.
We've been saying that for a while, right? Jack, I want to go back to what you were talking about a minute ago with the fatherlessness issue and the education gap. What can the rest of us do? So if you're the average person in the pew, so to speak, you see this epidemic, you don't know what to do. I can't impact, I may be able to impact one child. I can't fix the whole system. But what can the average person that just cares about the public education system, they care about these kids that don't have a mom or a dad in the home, what can we do? What would be your advice?
Well, my advice is, first off, understand that this is not just an issue of education or policy. This is a spiritual issue. The last verse of the Old Testament is Malachi 4:6. That verse says that he shall turn the hearts of the fathers to the children and the hearts of the children to the fathers. But the end of that verse says something that's so powerful, and it's the times that we live in. He said, if we don't do it, he shall come and smite the earth with a curse. Our earth is feeling the curse. No matter if you go to Guatemala or Central America and see that all of their men and fathers are leaving their homes trying to migrate to America illegally. Or you go over to Africa when you see these societies that have gone from a patriarch society to a matriarch society. Or you come here in America where you can have a generation like mine that was raised to believe that having a baby mama is okay and cool. Those things are generational curses that we must break. The only way you bind up a curse is by the blood of the Lamb and the word of your testimony. And so we've got to testify. We've got to talk about these things in the public square. We've got to stand for these poor children that don't have advocates and people to stand up for them and be their voices. Man, get out in your community. Go to the local juvenile. Go in there and sit in a courtroom and tell a little boy that's 13, 14, 15 that don't have a dad that you love him. Go see those folks in prison like the word tells us to do. We can't just take care of our people that have. We got to take care of those that have not. Church, it's our job. Church, let's do what the church does. Donald Trump can only do so much. We need the church to take a stand. Churches start schools. Yep. Churches start daycares. Churches empower organizations like Erica's to go in and push for school choice. Let's take our country back. Yes. But we can only do that through God.
There is no replacement for a Christian witness. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time we've got. If you want to learn more, ericadonalds.com, the Jack Brewer Foundation.org, and adflegal.org. We'll be around. You'll see us throughout the conference. Please stop us and say hello. Take care. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, Joy Reid, a desperate plea for help. Please welcome senior columnist for townhall.com, Kurt Schlichter, with @ALX on X, Alex LaRusso, and your host of O'Connor and Company on WMAL, Larry O'Connor.
The President of the United States of America.
And, you know, I wouldn't say Fox has been exactly perfect. Fox has been a big difference of Fox between now and what it was 4 years ago, as you know. But we have others that come along, and they're doing well, and Newsmax has been really good, and, you know, others are coming along. And people are seeing that they're watching these conservative networks.
President Trump is right. That's why millions of Americans are tuning into Newsmax for the real news they can trust.
Live with you from CPAC.
I can't hear you.
I made MAGA War Room Posse deplorable.
Everybody's here. We the people, all united. You bear. Days of thunder.
That's where the news is.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
During my second term, we will fight for Alaska like never before.
I'm excited about what we can do with President Trump in the office.
We'll work together to provide affordable energy to Alaska and allies all over the world.
More investment, more certainty, production, more exploration.
Thank you to everyone in Alaska, and thank you to your great governor. I look forward to a long and enduring future relationship. Drill, baby, drill.
Hey there, scan your QR code on your badge so that you can view the agenda. Check out our membership circles and learn more about our centers.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CEO of MyPillow, Mike Lindell.
James, how are you, sir?
Good to see you, Matt.
I like those cufflinks.
Thank you.
They're very nice. Okay, so James, you were the Deputy Chief of Staff in the White House. There's a bunch of you guys that are Deputy Chiefs of Staff, and a bunch of them are going to be here. All the President's men are going to be here at CPAC, so it's really exciting. Tell us about your specific role in the White House. We were talking about this last night. Tell us about the various departments that you oversee inside the White House.
Yeah, I really oversee the external portfolio of the White House. There's three main components to that. We have our Office of Legislative Affairs, which obviously is really the president's lobbying arm on Capitol Hill. We have the Office of Political Affairs, which is just the political operations that come from the White House and run externally, of course. And then the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, which deals with the interplay between federal, state, and local governments and tribal governments.
Okay, so we're seeing right now, in terms of a pace from President Trump, I mean, the amount of executive orders, I think I saw somebody say that there are more executive orders we've seen President Trump sign than there are primetime viewers on CNN, right? But we're seeing the level of action is just incredible, right? Like, it's rapid fire, lots of different action out there. I'll tell you, the person that I think would really, and I know a little bit of something about this because I work for Breitbart, that I think would be absolutely loving this is the one and only Andrew Breitbart. And at CPAC, of course, we got to give Andrew Breitbart a shout out because Andrew Breitbart was CPAC, right? But tell us what it's like in there in the White House every day. It seems like it's a pretty crazy, wild schedule, if you will.
It's a frenetic pace for sure, but the president has thought deeply about what he wants to accomplish in the time he was not in the White House, obviously. And he's been spending a lot of time planning and obviously asking his team to plan the actions that we've executed so far. So I get asked a lot, was all this planned? And, obviously new ideas come up every day, but a lot of it, if not most of it, was planned. He's thought deeply since he left the last time around, and he knows that he wants to accomplish a lot in a short period of time. So really, it's all of us just playing catch up with the president. It's great to have an energetic leader. He runs circles around all of us. He doesn't sleep. He works all the time, and he's really committed to making this time in office very useful for saving the country. I mean, he's just going to do what he said he was going to do, and that's it.
All right, so James, one of the major departments you oversee is the political affairs, obviously. You were the political director for the Trump campaign. One of the reasons why we are where we are today is that President Trump was able to, in this last election in 2024, pull off arguably one of the greatest political transformations in the history of mankind. I mean, we are seeing, lifelong Democrats, frankly, vote for President Trump. A lot of black voters, Hispanic voters. I think I saw him put on his Truth Social recently a list of all the counties he flipped from Democrat control. Tell us, you're the nuts and bolts guy of how this happened, right? So tell us, how did you guys pull this off from the Trump campaign? And then we'll get into how we hold it together, because I think it's important that we hold this together for the long term. But walk us through how you guys did it.
Yeah, well, so they say success is where preparation meets opportunity, right? Obviously, we had a plan, but the plan primarily was to capitalize on opportunities that existed within these, different populations of voters that maybe have not traditionally voted Republican. We've really seen, the last 10 years, really since President Trump came into office, has been a slow-moving realignment politically. And a lot of significant demographic shifts are coming with that that are good for Republicans writ large if, really very simply, Trump voters can be converted into Republican voters. And that is, I think, the main thing that everyone has to focus on for the midterms and going forward. And I think the reason for that is issues. Good policy is good politics. President Trump is not like every Republican politician, as we all know, for the last several decades, particularly cuts against the mold of Washington. And I think that's really important. I think the number one thing, and just to put some stats on it, President Trump gained more popular votes than any Republican ever has. It was the first popular vote win. It was the first popular vote win for a Republican president in 20 years and the first non-incumbent since 1988. The House Republicans won more popular votes than they ever have, and he swept the Senate majority into office. And really, President Trump performs above all other Republicans. And that's because a lot of these voters that are with him have not come over to the party. And the way we solve for that going forward is to pass the agenda that he campaigned on. That's what they voted for. And I think that if we give the voters what they paid for with their vote, they will reward us with a long-term political realignment. One thing I like to point out is only because a lot of people say, well, presidents always lose the midterms. Often true, but not always. In the last 100 years, there's only 2 midterms where a president has added seats to both chambers of his party. One was 2002, and obviously that was post 9/11, kind of a unique time for our country, very patriotic, rallying around President Bush. And the other was 1934, which was after the New Deal passed. And that really set in motion a 100-year realignment of politics. And it came out of what they did. And I think that needs to be the model we're looking at, where we're not looking for incremental change, and we need our Republicans in Congress to help us with that. We need to look for big change. And I think if we enact big change, which the president campaigned on, we'll be rewarded politically for a long time.
Couldn't agree more. So it feels like we have a different look. I've been doing this for a long time at Breitbart. I've been at Breitbart for 12 years. I've been reporting in the conservative movement for 15. It feels like the Republican Party is a different Republican Party now. And this is in large part thanks to President Trump and his endorsements. We've got new incoming exciting senators, people like Jim Banks from Indiana, who I think we heard from yesterday, Bernie Moreno from Ohio, Dave McCormick from Pennsylvania, Tim Sheehy from Montana. I mean, these are exciting young voices that are, 8 years ago, President Trump had a rough time of getting his cabinet through. This time around, he's actually beating with a smaller majority of his party, Barack Obama from 2009 when he was confirming his cabinet. The Trump's cabinet is almost all confirmed now. How has the party changed in a better way that is reflecting this transformation that we're talking about? Because it's bigger than Trump, I think. I think it's happening in the Senate. It's happening in the House, too.
Absolutely. I mean, frankly, I think our Republicans in Congress are getting on board and seeing that we can do things differently. Look, with the cabinet, President Trump selected a cabinet that reflects the diversity of the coalition that swept him into office and the diversity of thought, and that was important to him. And we're grateful to our Republican senators for moving them through with, relatively little hiccups overall. And I think the president's view is that those voices are what the people voted for, and that is the government they want to see. And I think the Senate sees that. I mean, it's undeniable, ultimately. And I do think that thinking back to 8 years ago, many people feel that in some ways President Trump's presidency wasn't given a chance because of the attacks that started from really pre-day one. And I think they recognize how much time he has spent reflecting on his 4 years in office and how he has come through the greatest weaponization in history, all the things that we all know. I mean, nobody has undergone more challenges to get to an office than President Trump. And I think they're quite deferential to giving him the opportunity and the team he wants to not have that happen again. And despite those challenges in the first term, he had a historic presidency. And now I think the feeling is, well, if we just support him and support the folks that helped get him elected, then maybe we'll all do better. A rising tide will lift all boats, and I think that's what we're seeing.
So, James, the big question is, the first major elections we're going to see in just a few short weeks here in Wisconsin. We have Wisconsin Supreme Court races coming up in April, the governor races and state level races later this year. We got some special elections coming up for some of the seats that have been opened up by cabinet picks. We've got, and then we have the midterm elections less than 2 years away. So how do you guys make sure that the political transformation we saw in November, those new voters, walk in beyond just that 1 year, that it isn't just a fleeting thing, that this is a lasting political realignment, similar to the 1934 one you're talking about in the FDR years?
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, that's for sure. The Wisconsin Supreme Court race, I've been looking at numbers there, and there's some folks getting involved for the conservative. That'll be challenging, I'll say. I mean, it'll be challenging because if you look at the data in Wisconsin, what carries President Trump is a group of voters who only vote when Trump is on the ballot. And the thing that we have to accomplish in all of these elections is getting that specific group of people. You know, there's super voters on both sides, but getting the people that are sort of with the Trump worldview, who aren't necessarily Republicans, but many of them, you know, would sort of consider themselves that now, is getting them to go to the polls when President Trump's not on the ballot and helping them understand that supports his worldview ultimately.
Mm-hmm. And just to kind of bring this around, look, you have a standing army out here in the audience, right? These are President Trump supporters out here, here at CPAC. The millions and millions of people watching at home. What would be your marching orders to these folks out here in the audience that are watching this event right now, that are watching us have this conversation? What do they need to do to help solidify this political realignment?
Well, I mean, two things. One, put in the legwork. Obviously, we always need volunteers. And in the Wisconsin Supreme Court race, you know, the Wisconsin GOP and many others are getting involved. And if you've got time to spare, go do it. It's very important. There's a lot at stake in that race, not the least of which, you know, could be the future of congressional maps, which is very important. We'll see what happens. But you know, just spread the word and continue to, frankly, encourage Republicans that are down ballot of President Trump to support his agenda, which is often but not always exactly aligned with, you know, the historic contours of the party. I mean, the last thing I'll say is I'll leave you with this. There's 13 seats in the House of Representatives that are occupied by Democrats that President Trump won. On average, the Republican underperformed him by 5.2 points. There's only 3 seats in the House that Republicans hold that Harris won. So that gives you some sense of the fact that we should be playing offense here. But that requires bringing all of the other Republicans up to the vote coalition that President Trump has and brought into office. So follow the Trump agenda and pass it, and we will all be rewarded for it.
Really exciting stuff. Thank you, James, for a great conversation, and give our best to President Trump.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Thank you, sir.
My name is Barry Bennett, and this is Professor John Eastman. The professor is a brilliant legal scholar, and I am a fan of, just watched the TV show Lincoln Lawyers. We have a lot in common. But what we do have in common, unfortunately, is that we were both made victims of our own government because we dared stand with Donald Trump. For me, I ran Ben Carson's campaign back in 2015, 2016. Great American. And I became a senior advisor to the Trump campaign in 2016. Within months of working at the Trump campaign, Obama's CIA director, John Brennan, gave my name along with 25 others to the Five Eyes to ask our so-called allies to spy on us in the Russia gate. That led to me being bumped by both the UK and Australia and endlessly grilled about Russia and Hillary's emails and all this other crap. And then that, led to, the FBI taking my phone and my emails, the emails of my 9-year-old kid, They took my Uber Eats account. They got a lot of information there. But, you know, one of the things, unfortunately, that John and I have in common, we both had to spend millions of dollars to defend ourselves. And John, I mean, I'm further along in the process. John is still in the fight, and he needs our help. But anyway, I want to be quick and tell you who I was and what I've gone through, but John's case is really happening right now. So I want him to have 7.5 minutes, and I'll take 2.5.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Look, one of the most egregious examples of the psychological analysis of projection was when the Democrats, before the 2024 election, said President Trump would weaponize the Department of Justice. I said, are you kidding me? What have we been looking at for the last 4 years? You know, they took my phone in New Mexico outside of a restaurant with an egregiously broad warrant that said all the data on your phone. Now, we fought a revolutionary war to stop that. That's called the general warrant. The Fourth Amendment requires that they identify what they're going to search and seize with particularity. They just said everything on your phone. And of course, modern phones are a portal to everything, every communication, every transaction you have. They said, oh no, we're not allowed to look at what we've seized until we get a second warrant. And about a month later, I start getting inquiries from a taint team in Portland, Oregon, asking if certain things I was going to assert privilege over. I said, well, I've got a question. How do you even have that? Where was this second warrant? Oh, we got that. I said, I haven't seen it. Well, yeah, but the phone was in our possession by then, so we've served the warrant on ourselves. This is utter nonsense, and they are shredding the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, the right to counsel, the right to attorney-client privilege. I had a client, my wife sometimes he would forget the time zone difference from where I was on the West Coast and where he was, 4:30, 5:30 in the morning, and my wife would nudge me and said, you better get that, it might be the client. Well, the client was the President of the United States. And he asked me to help him get the legal challenges to the fraudulent and illegal election in 2020 for the courts to actually consider that. And for that, I was named as an unindicted co-conspirator in Jack Smith's criminal prosecution against President Trump, an indicted co-conspirator in Georgia, an indicted co-conspirator in Arizona, where I had no involvement whatsoever. They've put my bar license in California currently on inactive status. I can't practice out there. At least I'm still able to practice before the Supreme Court of the United States. But part of what's going on here, and they've admitted this, it's to scare lawyers from ever taking on causes or clients that the left doesn't want you to take on. This is an egregious abuse of our criminal justice system, the likes of which we have never seen. In 1940, Franklin Roosevelt's new appointment as Attorney General, Robert Jackson, he would later become Supreme Court Justice and later head of the Nuremberg trials after World War II. And he had all the U.S. attorneys in the country at a meeting, and he warned them not to abuse their power. And the greatest temptation for abuse of power was to find people you don't like and then scour the books to see if you can pin something on them, rather than beginning with the crime and investigate who done it. And that's what we have been witnessing out of the Department of Justice, out of the FBI, out of that ridiculous select committee on J6, with Liz Cheney running it, and destroying exculpatory evidence, issuing subpoenas without sign-off by courts, acting as law enforcement agencies without all the guardrails that our Constitution puts on law enforcement agencies. And people have said, well, Eastman, why don't you just look forward and leave it alone, don't look back? If we don't get to the bottom of what they did and hold the people who did it accountable, they will do it again the first opportunity they get. So I have been thrilled with all of President Trump's nominees, but I think the one that is going to be most relevant to this fight is the one that got confirmed yesterday, 51-48, Kash Patel. Because in my view, what we have been witnessing is a nationwide conspiracy to deprive political opponents of their constitutional rights to free speech, to assembly, the right to petition the government for redress of grievances. And if you don't hold people accountable for what they did for that, that's a federal felony, by the way. There's a group called States United Democracy Center. They filed the bar complaint against me in California. They're a rabid anti-Trump organization designed to go after all the lawyers that were trying to help Trump. They were the ones that were hired by the Attorney General of Arizona to prepare the prosecution memo for the electors and me and unindicted co-conspirator Trump in Arizona. And I've told media, I said, that's a little like hiring the fox to do the safety memo for your chicken coop. It's utter nonsense. And the people that are doing that need to be held accountable. And you know, if they spend some time in prison, maybe the next time they get power, they'll be a little bit hesitant about taking on this kind of lawfare against us.
Amen. Amen. And we'll never get our privacy back. We may never get our reputations back, but this must not happen again.
That's right. I teach at the Claremont Institute, our summer fellowship program, and I was teaching our John Marshall Fellows, young lawyers, when the indictment in Georgia came down, and everybody's phone starts going off, and they made fun of it at the end of the week when we did our big roasting. But the gentleman that roasted me then turned serious. And he said, what we saw here was an exhibition of courage, and courage is contagious. And then he said, if you think about the last line of our national anthem, it's not so much whether that flag was still waving, it's what kind of land it is waving over. Is it still the land of the free and the home of the brave, or is it now the land of the coward and the home of the slave? And ladies and gentlemen, I've got grandkids, and I'm not willing to hand them over to a land of the coward and the home of the slave. We fight this battle until we win permanently. We fight it every day. We fight it in the streets. We fight it in the courts. We fight it wherever we can, because our freedom is too precious to give up. Thank you. You think about it, our founders pledged to each other their lives, and they meant it. Their fortunes, and they meant it. Just ask Robert Morris, who funded the Revolutionary War largely. But most importantly for them, more important than either of those, they pledged their sacred honor. What kind of sacred honor will we have if we hand off to our grandkids an enslavement contrary to what we inherited from our forebears? This is the fight for our time. It's the fight worth having. I can't think of anything more important to be doing. And I thank you all for being here and for the army that you are, for keeping America free, keeping America prosperous, and let's make America great again. Thank you all.
Thank you, guys.
Our America. We conquered it. We built it. Great values like honesty and fairness. Great courage. A great nation needs a free press. Newsmax is it. 30 million Americans regularly go to Newsmax when they really need to know. They watch Newsmax TV at home. On the free Newsmax app, they go to Newsmax.com. Start today. Newsmax is real news for real people.
Wherever human freedom is under attack, in courtrooms, legislatures, and the public square, we stand ready to defend it. This is why Alliance Defending Freedom exists.
Supreme Court victory for a Christian woman who was taken to court for standing firm in her beliefs.
The First Amendment follows a golden rule. If we want to protect speech for ourselves, then we need to protect it for others.
A video released this week by ADF International has attracted over 34 million views and even attracted comment from Elon Musk. It concerned a pair of Swiss parents who have had their child taken away from them because they objected to her gender transition.
We're not just here to stop the erosion of liberty for this moment alone. We are here to keep the door open for the gospel. And when the gospel does its work, truth doesn't just hold its ground. It advances. It sets people free for generations to come. This is our mission at Alliance Defending Freedom.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
Before the cabinet room, you saw Donald Trump's next cabinet make way
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome nominee for Director of Voice of America, Harry Lake. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the host of The Benny Show, Benny Johnson.
What's going on, CPAC? Woo! What's happening? Welcome to the golden era. Look at these crazy Australians. Who let them in? They're from Australia. They escaped the concentration camps in Australia. It's amazing. The COVID camps, they got out. Good for them. Way to go. We're going to save Australia. But we're having a great time saving America, are we not? Let's frickin' go. Yes. CPAC, I'm so proud of you, by the way. Can we give you, can you give yourself a hand? This is what CPAC looked like in 2020 versus 2025 right up here. Check it out. Oh, yes, baby. Oh, yeah. We call that a glow up on the internet. Who's more in favor of the chainsaw than the warmonger? Yes. I'm allowed to show this because Mercedes Schlatt tweeted it, okay? All right? Freaking love them. Matt and Mercedes doing an unbelievable job, all right? Capturing the energy of the moment. That was so awesome with Elon. Was that a real chainsaw? Did it work? Did you actually do it? Okay, great. All right, fantastic. The golden era. Just a reminder, you live in a red country. You live in a red country. Ladies and gentlemen, that's getting redder. This is the 2024 election. Look at that. This is the directional arrows of how much more red the country went. And it is so amazing to actually have this moment to celebrate with you. Because you know why the country went this way. The country went this way because we finally had a candidate that kept his promises. And here's a big one that was made at CPAC 10 years ago from our boy, Donald Trump, standing right on this stage, right in this location. And Donald Trump said something remarkable. Check this out. This is a 10-year-old clip. Whoops. Ooh. The CIA, ladies and gentlemen. There we go.
Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems.
Ooh. Donald Trump. Is there a way to play that clip from the beginning? Can we do it one more time? Let's go.
Bill Clinton. Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can tell that Sean didn't even know what to say there, right? He's like, whoa. Donald Trump was ahead of his time. Donald Trump made a promise that he was going to fix the predators inside of our government. He was going to start exposing them, starting with Bill Clinton. And who do we have now as our Attorney General? Pam Bondi, the woman who made it punishable by death to go after a child in the state of Florida. Pam Bondi, and as of yesterday, Kash Patel, the man who has promised to expose the entire Epstein list. Woo, baby! We are cooking. You know who are the most scared people in America right now? Right there. There you go. Oh, yes. We're going to have some fun. You want to know? This is why they tried to lock up our boy, okay? This is why they tried. Can we have some fun? Are we allowed to have fun? Is that legal here? Okay, all right, let's go. This is why they tried to lock up our boy. But here's what we say as Christians. Any Christians out there? Any Christians? This is what we say as Christians. What do we say? We say what man intended for evil, God intended for good. They tried to lock up our boy, but what they ended up giving him was a rap album. The hottest banger of the summer. Rappers actually got this tattooed on them. When I saw them making murals of it, I knew it was game over. Okay? It's game over. Who knows somebody with a Donald Trump mugshot t-shirt? Who knows somebody with a Donald Trump mugshot tattoo? Trump's got the mugshot hanging in the White House. That's what you call a backfire, all right? What happened to the, speaking of murals, what happened to the Kamala murals? Oh, I'm sorry, Kamala. That was the day after the election. They were like, see you, lady. What man intended for evil, God intended for good. And we're making some new art, by the way, in the White House. We're switching up some of the paintings in the White House. You know, after they sent out the photographers, Joe Biden was sitting there like this. You know it. You know it's like the guy. Good time to try. I mean, it's like, you can't stop him. Joe Biden called us garbage. Did you hear that? Joe Biden called us garbage. What man intends for evil, God intends for good, right? That's right. Who's proud to be the garbage that backs President Trump? I'm proud of it. That's right. Look at our boy. Look at him. He's rocking it. The story here is that his staff told him he can take the vest off. And Trump's like, I love the vest. I'm keeping the vest. Ladies and gentlemen, they tried to kill him. They tried to kill him. The most evil thing you can do to somebody. Who believes that this is the number one most witnessed miracle in humankind? The most witnessed. Billions of people have seen this miracle, physically watched this miracle. And what happened next? Trump goes back to the Butler rally. He does a rally right on that spot. Brings in Elon Musk. Elon Musk does like the jumping on stage. You used to see it, right? Too bad he didn't have the chainsaw for that. God intended it for good, actually. And God saved us. And I believe that we witnessed the most seen miracle of all time. And then Donald Trump went back to Pennsylvania and did something else remarkable. He went to... Our boy went to McDonald's and showed us what salty servant leadership actually looks like. When was the last time you saw, just call it Donald's at this point, right? It's just, might as well just call it Donald's. Just let it go. Who's down? Look at him go. Look at this. You know this is why Joe Biden voted for him, because he fixed the ice cream machine. You know it. I love you guys. I love you guys. This is fun. Let's have fun, right? It's been amazing. We're witnessing miracle after miracle after miracle, like RFK eating McDonald's. That's how much Trump's changed it all. Dude, RFK, you got this guy. Who's proud of RFK, man? He's coming in there, making us healthy again. You got RFK rolling up. This is a dude who was campaigning against Donald Trump, whose wife was doing the same thing, and now he's serving in the administration. This is a miracle. It's so incredible to watch these moments. Tulsi Gabbard ran against Trump one election cycle ago. She was running for president against Donald Trump, and here she is doing the Trump dance on stage with Trump. What a timeline we're living in. Who's proud of Tulsi Gabbard, too? We got some Tulsi fans in here? Man. It's such a special moment. And so it's important to center ourselves and remind ourselves what this is all about, all right? Any parents out there? Any grandparents out there? You grandparents, throw it up. Anybody? Any young kids who want to be parents out here? Any young people who want to, look at this. Shout out to the young kids who want to be parents, right? We need you. And it's actually never been easier, right? Have you ever met a lib? Nobody wants to breed with those people. You know, it's yellow teeth, purple hair, they smell bad, no deodorant, no showers, okay? They don't know what gender they are. It's tough. America first for me, and I'm sure it's the same for you parents out there. Let me know if I'm right. America first for me means saving this country for my children, my American children first. I'm going to fight for my American children, because a blessed generation is a generation that leaves the country better for their children, right? A cursed generation is one that destroys the country for their children and leaves them a mess. So that's what we're going to do together, right? We're going to save this place for our kids. That's what being really pro-life is all about, and that's what loving your country is all about. We just welcomed our newest fourth child, born on Inauguration Day, baby Whitaker, the golden boy. That's my little family. That's my motivation. Proud Christian, proud father, proud patriot, love this country so much. And ladies and gentlemen, Kamala Harris said she was going to run on joy. Yeah, right. In closing here, I'll show you what joy actually looks like. If you wouldn't mind, they were telling me backstage, they got some very fancy cameras. They said, feel free to use them. So I said, why not? If you wouldn't mind, if you feel compelled, I would like to show the entire country what actual joy looks like. I would love to do a big Trump dance with y'all. Let's go.
What make me mad about those other guys and all the things they do wrong, the one thing that I will not forgive them for is they're trying to steal the joy from this country.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something right.
Trump's iconic dance moves are sweeping the internet and winning him a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Editor at Human Events, Jack Posobiec.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the new American Republic. President Donald J. Trump has returned to office as he always said that he would. President Donald J. Trump was put there by the people like you, by the warriors of freedom, by the warriors for America and for the American spirit. Give yourselves a round of applause because you never gave up. You never gave up the fight. You never quit, no matter what they threw at you, no matter what they said about you. You, the people of CPAC, the people of America, rose up and said, we are done. We are done, and we've had enough of that city right across the river, and we are targeting exactly the people of that city, and we are coming in and saying, guess what? Where our eyes are wide open and our hearts are full of the fire of the Lord God above, we are going to come to this town and we are going to restore freedom for the American people. And we witnessed a miracle 1 month ago when Donald Trump was returned to office. We absolutely did. And then when Donald Trump swore to uphold the Constitution, I saw so many people now saying, oh, but Donald Trump is here. He's violating the Constitution. He's shredding the Constitution. And I say no, Donald Trump is not violating the Constitution. Donald Trump is restoring the American Constitution. Donald Trump is the living embodiment of the American Constitution. Donald Trump is embodying the values of our founding fathers for the first time in a long time in Washington, D.C. And to all the champagne socialists as they cry into their lattes, I say to them, well, guess what? You're going to have a lot more time to sit around and cry into your lattes, because if you're a bureaucrat that's been going out there wasting the American taxpayers' money, guess what? You're going to be fired. If you're a crooked politician that's been stealing money from the American taxpayer, saying that you're sending it to Ukraine, but using it to line your own pockets, guess what? Kash Patel is coming for you, and you are going to be locked up. We're going to investigate all of it. And if you're an illegal migrant or someone who's not supposed to be here, let me tell you right now, and I'll issue a message: pack your bags, because you're going home. This country was built by Americans for Americans, and we will hand it off to our American children. And to the warmongers of the war machine, guess what? Your war machine is grinding to a halt. The wars will end and peace will break out across the world. And by the way, I've never seen the mainstream media and the Democrats more upset when we're ending wars and actually restoring peace in the world. It's as simple as that, because I'm sorry, World War III has been canceled. And just like the Minutemen at Lexington and Concord, just like the Patriots at Bunker Hill, and just like a Patriot at Butler, Pennsylvania, Donald Trump understands that we are in the tradition of those who fought for this country when this country was on the line. That's what all of you are. That's what this man has done. And look at the team that he's put together around him. Not only do we need to restore the republic, but we need to completely revamp and revitalize our national security in this country. And that's why when I look at this team that President Trump has put together, it's so incredible. You've got Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. You've got your CIA Director John Ratcliffe, who's now overseeing the largest layoffs at the CIA in 50 years. Oh no, oh no. A Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who had the power and the temerity to call a lie for a lie and to tell the truth. And I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if wars can be started by lies, then peace can be started by truth. And then, as we saw yesterday, our new Director of the FBI, Kash Patel, who's going to be overturning all of the tyranny that's come out of the J. Edgar Hoover building. He's going to be overturning it. We're going to go after the real criminals. We're going to go after the pedophiles. We're going to go after the traffickers. We're going to go after the illegals. We're going to go after the cartels. We're going to go after the foreign agents in this country. And yes, that includes the foreign agents that are working and have penetrated the United States government and the United States Congress. We will count every single dollar. And if there's money that shouldn't be in your pocket, oh, you are going away for a long, long time. That's what it means to restore justice in this country. That is the greatest effort, because President Trump came up and he found the destiny of the American people lying in the gutter. And he picked it up with his bare hands and he yelled, "Fight, fight, fight." And the American people delivered their mandate to him and put it on his head. And as President Trump himself said just a few days ago, A man who saves his nation violates no law. That is the way forward in America. We have to understand our Constitution gave the sole elected executive power to the President of the United States. And I say to these crooked judges out there, to these local judges who say that they can block the executive from controlling the executive branch, guess what? You are going to have a very rapid meeting at the United States Supreme Court, and all of your power will be struck down. And you know something else? We're going to take a look at that impeachment clause as well. Because we're done, ladies and gentlemen, we're done. And I'm here to deliver a message to all of you. Because it's as simple as this: the American people are back. For my country, for my family, for your family. When President Trump was put to the test, to the ultimate test in Butler, Pennsylvania, we saw how he answered. Because the American people have woken up, and they've woken up for sure. Because, folks, it's as simple as this. President Trump said that when he was down behind that podium, and think of it, you've never seen President Trump like that before. You've seen him raise his fist before and punch it in the air and lead great crowds and great rallies. But in the moment just before that, what did you see? You saw President Trump on his knees with his hands clasped before him in prayer to Almighty God. And I believe in that moment, God spoke to President Trump and delivered him his ultimate mission. And that is the mission that you are seeing take place right now, every day in this new American Republic. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness in this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. And therefore, put on the full armor of God, so that when the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground, and after everything they have done to you, to stand. I can't tell you what the future will bring, ladies and gentlemen, but I will tell you that victory is not measured when Donald Trump wins an election. Victory is not measured when Donald Trump returns to office. Victory is only measured at the final day, when we pass on this republic to our children, and our children asked us, Mom, Dad, what did you do when America was on the line, when the revolutionaries were trying to take over and destroy this country? What did you do? And we will be able to tell them, children, we fought. We fought for you. We fought for this nation. We fought for God. We fought for Christ our King, and we delivered. And now it's going to be your turn, because that's how it is, ladies and gentlemen. Freedom is not bequeathed to us. Freedom is a responsibility that we must uphold every single day of our lives. And let me tell you something. You will never deny freedom to our children. You will never put our children in shackles again, because we have stood up and we are never going back to the way things were before. God bless all of you. God bless CPAC, and God bless the United States of America.
Four-time Prime Minister of Slovakia, a small, proud country in the heart of Europe. In May last year, an opposition activist tried to assassinate him for his policies. For politics based on the ideals of fight against fascism, for wanting an immediate end to the war in Ukraine, for the return of common sense and the barrier against wokeness, when he endorsed constitutional definition of marriage as the unique union of a man and a woman. For his grasp of reality when he vetoed the compulsory redistribution of illegal migrants among the European Union member states. For pursuing a sovereign Slovak foreign policy to all four cardinal points. For treasuring freedom of speech and rejecting the politics of single correct political opinion. For the first time, Prime Minister of the Slovak Republic is coming to CPAC.
This is Declassified with Julie Kelly on Substack.
Hello, CPAC. Hello, everyone. Well, I want to thank CPAC for putting me after Benny and Jack Posobiec. I did not have enough coffee this morning to match either one of them, but anyway, hello, everyone. It's funny that Jack preceded me because 2 years ago, we were on the stage together. Jack, myself, Amanda Milius, and Kash Patel. Never in a million years would we have thought that we would now be swearing in today Kash Patel as the FBI director. Amazing, amazing. And a year ago, I was here speaking about how Joe Biden and his Department of Justice was continuing to round up his political opponents and try to throw them in jail, including President Trump, and of course, hundreds of January 6th protesters. Never would I have imagined we would be here after President Trump being elected and then taking the really bold, courageous, and compassionate move of pardoning almost all of the J6ers. So I really want to commend the president. He deserves a lot of praise for what he did, because that was not an easy decision to make. I also want to give a shout out to Matt and Mercedes Schlapp and CPAC, because when no one would touch January 6th, even on our side, they gave me a platform early on to talk about what was happening to the J6ers in that prosecution. And without that platform, now it's cool. Everyone's like, yeah, free the J6ers, it's like the cause of the day. But it wasn't back then. And so I want to thank them and praise them also for giving me a platform and then J6ers over the past few years. So at any rate, I'm going to introduce my fellow panelist in a moment, but what an amazing time talking about a year ago what this Department of Justice was doing, and now seeing it turn 180 degrees and, hopefully bringing the reform that is needed, but also cleaning house at the DOJ, getting rid of the very dangerous partisan operatives who LARP as government lawyers in that department, and then, of course, the FBI. So I'm very excited to see what Attorney General Pam Bondi and her team does, and, of course, Kash Patel and his team. They have a lot on their plate. They really need our support and prayers because they've got, I think, arguably the biggest task ahead of them in the Trump administration. So I'm going to bring out my friend, and we're going to have a discussion about January 6th. And he was the chief of the Capitol Police on January 6th. We have become friends over the past few years. So I would like to welcome my friend, Steve Sund. Want to go here? Okay.
Oh, no, I got.
Perfect.
Thank you very
Hi,
much.
Chief. How are you?
Doing well.
So, Chief, why don't you tell a little bit about your background, and then we'll kind of talk about January 6th and your experiences.
Absolutely. Great to be here. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, CPAC, for allowing me to be here. 30-year law enforcement veteran, 25 and a half years, a little over 25 with the Washington, D.C. Police Department, where I handled all the major events, 2001, 2005, 9, 13 inauguration, 17, when I was up at Capitol Police. Done a lot of major events, a lot of barricades, a lot of tragic stuff, but loved being a police officer up until January 6th.
So I think people are familiar with your work. Of course, you have your book, Courage. What is?
Courage Under Fire, the definitive account of January 6th. And I got to tell you, the current January 6th committee under Barry Loudermilk, and I'm glad Speaker Johnson has continued that investigation. They refer to it as the definitive after action because there's just way too many politicized people's opinions, reports out there. I just want to provide the facts. It's much like I police. My thought on policing and politics is it shouldn't matter to you what political leaning I am, and it shouldn't matter to me what political leaning you are during a traffic stop, a First Amendment activity, or if you call 911 for help, you should get the exact level of service no matter what. And that's kind of how I wrote the book. Just the facts.
So Steve and I started talking, I think, a few years ago, and we have become friends. We have our agreements and disagreements about the interpretation of January 6th and some of the things that happen, but we always are able to discuss those agreeably because I have tremendous respect for him. But what happened to Chief Sund is, despite his constant pleas to add more security for January 6th, of course, those were denied. But then the day after, on January 7th, Chief Sund became the fall guy who was, alongside President Trump, then blamed and accused of being responsible for what happened that day. And so we could talk a little bit about that. Now, looking back 4 years ago, how that all transpired, how you sort of were, especially Nancy Pelosi's fall guy for that, and then what has kind of happened since then.
So when you look at it and you look back, a lot of people may not realize this. They've heard Donald Trump offered up 20,000 National Guard troops. That most likely is the case. I do not doubt that. I can tell you definitively, I made 12 requests for federal support, including National Guard, both in advance and on January 6th while we were under attack, and was denied. It was only on the 13th request that I finally get approval at 2:09 p.m. on January 6th. So what I've come to learn since January 6th is January 6th was 100% preventable. If security on Capitol Hill hadn't been so politicized, and when you hear Speaker Pelosi say she doesn't have a role in security on Capitol Hill, look at 2 U.S. Code 1970. Look at it before they changed it, because they changed it based on my testimony. It says specifically, I have to go to the Capitol Police Board. I'm the only chief of police in the United States of America that has to get permission to bring in support for my men and women. I went to the Capitol Police Board. They are required to then get concurrence. They have to go to congressional leadership. It's written in the law. Her responsibility is written in law. So when she said she doesn't play a role, she does. So when you look back on it, whether they had approved my request, and the current, the latest report from Congress said if Chief Sund's request had been approved, the perimeter most likely would have never been breached. 1. 2, intelligence. I've done major events in Washington, D.C. for many, many years. I've dealt with the FBI, I've dealt with DHS. They'd put out joint intelligence bulletins, they'd have briefings, they'd have call the chiefs into the SCIFs, they'd do a conference call, they'd make sure everyone has the same intelligence. Intelligence was handled differently, especially even within my own unit. If intelligence had been accurate, I would have gotten support from the Capitol Police Board, I would have gotten support from leadership, and again, January 6th wouldn't have happened. We had many opportunities to get out of the in front of this train.
I think, too, we've talked about, and you've discussed during congressional testimony and also just interviews, what are some of the things that you've learned over the past 4 years that you didn't know about that day? For example, not being alerted about the presence of FBI informants. We talked about not getting access to intelligence, the presence of undercover agents from numerous law enforcement agencies that you weren't really privy to. So I guess, what have you learned, what surprised you the most as these revelations have come forward, either congressional testimony, the trials, media reporting?
Well, two things that I think surprised me the most is, one, just how adverse some people up in Congress were to the truth coming out. People may not realize this. When they had the first hearing, February 23rd, 2021, think about that, it's only a couple of weeks after January 6th, they didn't want me to testify. I actually had to go and request through the Rules Committee that I be allowed to testify. I told them I will be there in person, I promise you. And sure enough, if you look at it, I'm the only one that showed up in person. Everyone else was videotaped in. The other aspect was, again, the domestic terrorists that people were saying, the FBI was tracking domestic terrorists. That, again, started the day after my testimony, February 24th, 2001. Jill Sanborn testified. and said that the FBI was tracking domestic terrorists coming to the January 6th committee. Now we know from GIO reports and various other reports that as of January 6th, they were tracking, I think, approximately 19 to 26 domestic terrorists coming to Washington, D.C. That sure as hell would have been something that I'd like to know about as a chief of police of a Capitol Police, that they were coming. And when they talk about tracking domestic terrorists, I mean, they're tracking them with people. They're not tracking them with like the janitorial crew. They're tracking them with people. So it's not unusual for undercovers to be in the crowd. You're talking about major events in Washington, D.C. It's probably a SOP, but it would have been great to know that.
So a little bit your experience with the January 6th Select Committee, who now, of course, all of the members and all of the staff were pardoned by Joe Biden. So no one can be held accountable for the destruction of evidence, tampering with witnesses such as Cassidy Hutchinson, and other malfeasance that we know actually happened with that committee. So, but they didn't really want the truth from you either.
Yeah, I had a very interesting interaction with them. One, it became clear early on that their focus wasn't trying to get to what the American people want to know, what really happened on January 6th. Their focus was predetermined outcome. It was to focus on basically 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. How was Donald Trump responsible for this? I went in there. I had, you'd think the chief of police, they'd want me testifying in public. Absolutely not. When we had our interview, it got very contentious. When I repeatedly tried to refer them back to my responsibility to go through the Capitol Police Board to get assistance for my men and women and how I did that in advance of January 6th, they wanted no part of that. They did not want you, the American people, to know that I had gone out of my way to try and bring in resources to protect the United States Capitol. And then it got, like I said, it got contentious. It was a 6-hour interview. You didn't see a word of that on TV. That was, I thought, was concerning. That made me realize real quick that they weren't looking for the truth. And then when you watch, a lot of people are like watching some of the videotape, and I've heard this brought up that, hey, what's going on with some of the sound that was imported on some of the internal videotape? The cameras inside the Capitol do not have sound. They imported other riotous sounds, other demonstrations, other riots into that. Imagine if any chief of police in the United States of America had changed dash cam videos, body-worn cameras videos, and imported separate audio. What do you think would happen? You'd lose all distrust. So when you look at Biden pardoning the January 6th committee, one, committees on Capitol Hill already have certain levels of protection. That should be sufficient. When you provide them a pardon, you just delegitimized anything they were doing. Anybody that had concerns for the credibility, you just legitimized those concerns. So I think that was I think that was a disservice, but their focus wasn't getting to the truth.
Well, we have a minute to go. I told you this would fly by. So, but I think your work and your honesty and yes, your courage in speaking out about the committee and everything that you saw has really helped unravel the January 6th narrative. I think we're going to learn a lot more. Of course, Barry Loudermilk now has a permanent subcommittee under House Judiciary. Attorney General Pam Bondi is also announced that she will be looking into the abuses of the FBI against
phenomenal.
the J6 defendants. And so I think we are going to find out a lot more in addition to what we've already learned.
I think so as well. And I got to tell you, I miss law enforcement. All the law enforcement I've talked to from FDLE speaks very highly of new U.S. Attorney Bondi. So I look forward to seeing what she's going to do. But thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, you want to do the...
Yeah, let's get it. I'll come around this way.
One God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
Freedom, sovereignty, prosperity. The Patriots for Europe Foundation is on a mission to make Europe great again. Globalist elites have led Europe into a dead-end street. Violent crime has surged because of mass immigration. The Green Deal has put the future of the European economy at risk. Fake NGOs and the massive bureaucracy in Brussels are interfering in our democracies. Patriots must take action. We bring analysis. We organize debates. We build the network of patriots to challenge the woke narrative head on. Patriots for Europe Foundation.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
Being woke is easy when it was just a call to defund the police or end capitalism, right? It's a little different when your fellow ideologues start cheering for your beheading. And here's a question. This next video, does this look like London to you? The pro-Hamas protests making for a very interesting political moment at Harvard. A university recently ranked the worst school for free speech in America. What would Harvard do in a moment like this, we all wondered? A school that will expel you for using the wrong pronoun and making a pink-haired trans girl cry. Well, in this moment, Harvard just miraculously transformed into free speech absolution. Apparently at Harvard, there's nothing offensive at all, even though everything's offensive at Harvard. There's nothing offensive at all about celebrating the murder of 1,000 people, including a whole bunch of kids.
As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
We're from the government. We're here to help.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
President Trump is back in the White House. Donald Trump won the presidency. Donald Trump has taken back America.
I actually started quite a while ago in CPAC, and I enjoyed it so much that I came back for a second one, then a third, then I said, what the hell, let's run for president. Matt said, it's like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. He says, you should run for politics. He's the one, he said, you should run for the presidency of the United States.
It is my honor to introduce to CPAC 2017 our president, Donald Trump.
First of all, I want to thank Matt Schlapp and his very, very incredible wife and boss, Mercedes, who have been fantastic friends and supporters, and so great when I watch them on television defending me. Nobody has a chance. I love this place. Love you people. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you. We know that there are still more records to be shattered, new summits to be scaled, more triumphs to be realized, and more amazing history just waiting to be written. The American adventure has only just begun. God bless America, and we will see you next year. Thank you very much. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it takes a village, people. The MAGA Moolah Meltdown. Please welcome CPAC Senior Fellow Mercedes Schlapp, Senior Advisor, United Against Nuclear Iran, Hiba Willows, CEO, United Against Nuclear Iran, Ambassador Mark D. Wallace, and CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp.
I don't know where Natasha Owens is. She's probably she's getting another dress made.
She's got a special dress. It was like
she's got a special song for you guys tonight. So anybody who's going to the dinner, and if you're not going to the dinner, make sure you watch. I know C-SPAN's got this. X has it. Ben Shapiro was showing this, live streaming this on the Daily Wire yesterday.
Right.
So many ways to get this content, so you make sure you watch. Thanks for being here, guys.
Thanks for having us.
So I'm in a little bit of a vulnerable position today because
I don't know if that's a good thing, Schlapp.
I've known
it's
Mark.
a good thing. It's a
I've
good
known
thing.
Ambassador Mark Wallace. I choke on that because, you know, when your friend has an august title like that,
Never
you're
used it before.
Ambassador, whatever. But you know, it is kind of. I mean, ambassador to the UN, so it's that takes it down a couple notches actually when you say UN. But the sorry, I got. It's just the way it is.
You're vulnerable here, Schlapp. I just want you to know.
I am vulnerable because he's known me a really long time. Priscilla O'Shaughnessy's here. I know she's gonna be mad at me for saying it, from my hometown of Wichita. Priscilla's known me since I'm like 18, 16, 17, something like that. So you could probably learn some bad stuff from Priscilla if you.
Matt, you're really telling your age right now, okay?
And Wallace is in the same position. But Mark, it's a great honor for Mercy and I to have you and your beautiful wife. You guys do such amazing work. You had me, give me a very special invitation to go to the 80th anniversary at Auschwitz recently. I went to Poland, Mr. and Mrs. Balaban and Henry. I went to Poland, your home country, even though you're Americans. And a beautiful place. We met with amazing people. It was a very moving trip. Thanks for including me. But to have you here is very special for Mercy and I. You're a great friend. The work you do, you've done behind the scenes and prominently to try to make sure that we defang Iran and Hiva, from your point of view, give the Iranian people a shot. It's the mullahs who are in the way, just like the same problem we have in Cuba, the same problem we have in China. So thanks for being here.
Guys, thanks for having me. And I have to do a little something to start this.
Oh,
you have
no.
to indulge me because
no.
it's a sentimental thing. I have to get some real thank yous out of the way and talk about what this is, because I've known them a very long time, and I've seen this grow, and I've seen what it's meant to the Schlapps. And it's very moving for me to work with them. They're very dear friends of mine. But first we have to say, I have to acknowledge and tell a story. I want to acknowledge the government of Poland, Prime Minister Tusk, my friend Radek Sikorski, and the Polish delegation. The president of Poland's coming as well. And there's an entire Polish contingent here. Guys, stand up just for 1 second.
And the Poles here, you stand up.
Every Pole.
Come on.
Every Pole.
Who's Polish? Stand up. Come on.
No, the delegation.
There's
please,
more.
The entire delegation, stand up.
There we go.
Because the reason why that's so important is Poland is here in so many ways, and their government is so wonderful. And I had a crazy caper to exfiltrate a drone out of Ukraine and work with our allies, the Poles, to sneak an Iranian drone out of Ukraine and fly it on a Polish C-130, and it's displayed here. They're great allies, and before the president even did it, they are the biggest NATO defense spender in the world. They spend nearly 5% already, and they are really the poster child of what we want a NATO ally to be about. And it's so great to be here, and all the Poles to see them here. It's really exciting. Now, I was talking in the green room. It's, the Schlapp green room, I guess. And I was talking to the Foreign Minister Sikorski and Amanda McKinney, who's here, and I was talking Iranian drones and things, and this is what CPAC's about. All of a sudden, it turns out that Poland, and I didn't know this, is one of the great apple producers in the world. And Amanda, wherever she is here, produces incredible apples in Washington State. So immediately, the CPAC discussion in the green room that was about Iran drones turned into a apple diplomacy, and that's what this place
Which could have easily turned into tariffs, so it could have gotten really fun, right?
But it's a testament to what CPAC is about. And, having known them, it's really what the Schlapps are about, because you can have a conversation with real people about real things and important things and the binds that tie us together. And Matt and Mercy, I've seen you, and I knew you before you were Matt and Mercy. And to see that and the things that you do for our country and for all of us, I just think we should give them an applause. I have to do that. I've known them a long time. But to Matt and Mercy, I mean it. I mean it. I'm totally hokey.
Okay, you're going to make me cry. Let's get going.
No, I think he just wants to get invited back.
And let's talk about tough things.
Hiva, you married this guy who is this anti-Iranian regime activist, anti-extremism activist. We have a lot of commonality. Your organization doesn't really get involved in politics. You're really involved in national security.
We are.
We get involved in politics, but there's a lot of crossover here. There's so much that we have in common, because at the end of the day, if it's not about human rights, God-given rights, what is it all about? And you must have this amazing experience of seeing Donald Trump's maximum pressure campaign that your husband had a lot to do with building, then this 4-year hiatus, which is everything to subsidize this radicalized regime. And now we're back to trying to bring the regime, not the people, the regime to its knees by depriving them of everything they could possibly need, including customers for their petroleum products. How does it feel to be back on the right track?
It brings hope back. Let me tell you, the 4 years, it felt like a betrayal. It felt like a betrayal. All the money that President Biden gave back to the Iranian regime, not a single one of it went to the people to do anything good for this country. People suffered continue to suffer under this regime. This regime kills its own people, kills its young women, young men, that all they want is freedom, basic freedom of just not, how threatening is my hair right now to you? A young woman died, but a young woman dies on the street for just showing a bit of her hair. And President Biden did not support any of it. And to me, that was unacceptable. And thank God that President Trump is back, because this regime is scared. Let me tell you, all of its proxies are brought down to its knees. It is, if any change is going to happen, it is now, and this is the time. And I am so thankful for the maximum pressure being back on an all option against this regime. Because
Hiva, you grew up in Iran. You spent time there.
Yeah.
Your family had to flee this regime. I mean,
Yes.
how difficult was it for your family to pick up and have to leave everything to come here to the United States?
Well, your family knows something about that,
Right,
too.
both of you.
Yeah,
I mean,
both of us.
Remember, we
Yeah.
have a Cuban American and an Iranian American sitting next to one another. It's an amazing testament to our country that you two are here and can
where
talk
we
about human
are.
rights and freedom. Because I know them obviously both really well, and their experience across the world is so similar. And there's hope now. But
And where we have come this far, this country has provided so much opportunity, and just to the freedom and the opportunity that has brought us. I mean, I would have never thought I would be sitting here with you guys, with this amazing audience, talking about President Trump. And to me, this is a dream come true. And
Mercy, how long was your father in prison?
This is very near and dear, because what you see. And, we had this conversation yesterday with the Jewish families, the families of the hostages, of the tragedy of really how horrific governments can be, terrorists can be. And for us in the United States, we don't comprehend it 100% because we live in this great country. But when I look at my father, who is now 89 years old, who, back in the late or early 60s, when he did have to confront the communist regime, and he was put in a situation where, he was building his businesses, he was in the prime of his life, to have to turn everything over to the communists because they came in and said, give me your keys to your house, give me your keys to your businesses, and then he's left with nothing. And how many countries have so many people, millions and millions of people who have lost everything in the hands of these horrific authoritarian regimes and these communist regimes? And so for my father, he was thrown into jail after trying to overthrow the Cuban government and was in jail for literally close to 8 years, where he was thrown into solitary confinement, naked in a dark room for 2 to 3 months at a time, where he was tortured, where he would hear the cries of his friends being executed. It is horrific what the communists have done to destroy so many people, so many families in the world. And when you ask my father, are you Cuban? Are you American? He proudly says, American. I am American. I stand for freedom. And you, my daughter, and you, my grandchildren, and you, my son-in-law, you have an obligation to protect this country. You have an obligation to protect the freedoms that are fragile in America. And that is my message to every single one of you in this audience.
You know,
let me just say one thing there. So Agnieszka, I often say, well, you're Polish, you correct me. You say you're American.
American.
When I ask my father-in-law, or if I slip up and say he's Cuban-American, he puts his hand on my arm and says, I'm an American. This is a very, very important difference. There's nothing wrong with being proud of your heritage. But as Mark Levin, who is one of a real hero to all of us, says, we're not a nation of immigrants. We're a nation of former immigrants. That's a really important distinction.
You know, her family, may her father rest in peace, Mir, he was a wonderful man. He said the same thing to him. I knew him before he passed. And he said, you know, I'm an American. And her father and her mother gave up everything in Iran to move her and her sisters here to get a better life. Her mother couldn't speak English and still struggles with it because she had a harder time, came a little later, but they wanted a better life for their daughters. And that's an incredible experience, all in the face of oppression. And look, you know, because of our friends, the Poles and the United States, President Trump, our friend Rick Grinnell, we were able to bring this Shahed 136 drone.
Which everyone can go down to our CPAC Central and go see it. It's actually here, the first time on American soil.
Right.
It's at CPAC. Go see this killing machine. And it's a good, important reminder to this regime, this barbaric, murderous regime that intends to tell you that it stands for some kind of godly principles. What an abomination they are. It's important for them to know that due to Mark's good work, that we're on to them, that we are going to make sure that we stop them, and that they should be, we said yesterday, around the globe, all the right people are sweating.
That's right.
They're worried. And that's part of the maximum pressure campaign, is to make sure that they understand that if they take steps against America, against Israel, against Jewish people, against Christian people, against our allies, against the stability of civilization, I believe, I'll speak for him, even though I don't represent him, I believe President Trump and our allies will take the steps needed to make this stop. And that starts with Israel getting rid of Hamas. It starts there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look, it's very rare when you can look into the eyes of a despotic regime, because they usually lie. And the propaganda they put out is to tell you that they aren't who they are. But that drone downstairs, that Shahed 136, is the ubiquitous terror weapon of mass destruction across the Middle East.
There it is,
Israel.
right there on your screen.
There it is, and we have it downstairs. It's been used against Israel. 3 American service members died on the sharp end of that because of, in my opinion, failed policies of the previous administration. Numerous service members have been injured. It's attacked our allies in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, across Syria and Iraq, and shipping in the Bab el-Mandeb in the Red Sea, even in the Persian Gulf. And of course, they've sent over 6,000 of these drones into Russia to attack Ukraine. And it is an indiscriminate terror weapon that kills innocent women and children. So every time you see an Iranian official, and we list them, say this propaganda and they smile at you, the smiles that oppress their families. You'll look at this drone, and that's the true face of oppression. That drone is what they really are.
So and thanks for bringing it here. I think it's important. The other person who was going to be with us today was the Crown Prince of Iran, who played us. Mercy and I sometimes pinch ourselves because we have the most fascinating meetings at our CPAC headquarters. And he came to our headquarters, and we had this great conversation about his view for the government of Iran to be a secular government, and the government of Iran that would recognize the state of Israel, a government of Iran that would rid itself of this concept of fueling and feeding and funding terrorism. He's an important voice, and he wanted to be with us here today.
Right, and we heard, we hope, he indicated his mother, the great Shabanu, is sick, and he had to return to Paris.
The Shah of Iran's widow is alive.
Yes, and apparently she was ill, and we wish her the best. And I'm personally disappointed that I didn't get to see His Royal Highness, and I know he would have been a valuable addition. But we have to figure out ways to support the Iranian people, just like we supported the Cuban people, because these are the oppressed. Any ideas?
You know, we've been thinking about this.
Should we do it? Should we make some news?
Yeah, I think we should make some news. Right. Why don't you make the news?
Oh, man.
Mercy, you're okay with the news, right?
Yes.
Because I always have to.
Hard work. I'm not having another baby.
This is why.
I would love to, but we're.
Oh, she says that until someone puts a little baby in her arms, and then she starts.
I could be a grandmother before.
This is why.
This might be harder than actually raising a baby. Let me just say.
This might be harder.
But it's worthwhile.
We might have opened up a bad topic. But
it is worthwhile, though.
I will say this is one of the reasons why we're here as couples too, because I kind of saw how you guys operated at the museum that you're opening up on the corner of Auschwitz, at the corner of the camp where this horrible criminal lived, who was the camp
Commandant. If you watch the movie The Zone of Interest, the Huss house, Rudolf Huss, we don't like saying his name, I'll only say it one time, but the man that institutionalized the industrial scale slaughter of Jews and other people, Poles, Romans.
A lot of Poles.
Yeah, a lot of Poles. But millions of Jews went to their death looking at that house. It is the true face of evil. We managed to put and you were there, we put a mezuzah on the front door of that house after 80 years.
Yeah, and I got to touch it. It was incredibly meaningful.
It was so interesting. When we put that mezuzah on, sometimes you just do things and you don't realize. And we put it on that door. We observed the halakhic principles in doing it. And we just did it. And everybody, Jews, non-Jews alike, wanted to go touch that mezuzah. And it's become just a real rallying point.
It's an evil place.
It's a wonderful U.S.
I will say it's an evil place. I felt evil there.
Yeah.
I didn't like being there. So it's very important that we take evil places and try to, make them more holy.
And we got to teach. We got to teach the people. We got to teach the people that these tragedies, these genocides, they happen. They have destroyed communities. They have destroyed families, and it must stop.
So let me just say one thing. I want to just say this one thing. It's really important. So we had a great tour guide at Auschwitz, and I'd never been to a concentration camp, a death camp, a war camp. On purpose, I hadn't gone. Because I already know I think it's terrible, and it upsets me so much to even be there. But one of the things I learned was the initial intent of Auschwitz was to kill political prisoners in Poland. So many Polish people were killed who were trying to stand up to authoritarianism. Is this right? This is right. And this is the story for America. I'm not comparing it to that. I'm simply saying the lesson I learned was, whether you're talking about people that are persecuted by the government. We've had this whole conversation with Julie Kelly here. What happened to people that felt like the last election had fraud? And we have all these J6 victims. You have all these people who couldn't even speak their mind. They had their Facebook page canceled, while the mullahs have their Facebook page. Donald Trump and others people have their Facebook page taken away. The lesson of all of that is, when you snuff out political speech, that's just the beginning, and it can lead to even worse things. So you're right, sweetheart. We have to really understand our history. So part of our understanding our history is calling out the bad guys now, right?
Absolutely.
Ambassador Wallace?
Absolutely.
So how do we do that?
Well, I think one of the things we have to do is think about how we can help the oppressed, right? How do we rally that? And look, we've operated when the Crown Prince was supposed to be here today. We can do something to try to help organize that diaspora. It's a diverse diaspora, different people, different competing influences. And look, like any diaspora, mercy the Cuban diaspora, there's a lot of, at times, friction. But if we can do something to show that we stand with these diasporas, as diverse as they are, and bring them together in one roof, the moment the unity is shown against these despotic regimes, it's the first day of the last day of those regimes. So what do you think?
I think we should look at the title of this conversation. I'd like to have a MAGA mullah meltdown.
A MAGA mullah meltdown? A CPAC Iran in exile?
I think a CPAC Iran in exile. What do you guys think?
I think
would that cause, there we go, that would cause a meltdown.
Right, we could invite all the Iranians, leaders and groups who all at times have friction, but are all united against this regime. And I know, Matt, you've done so many things with CPAC, but that would be an incredible way to show the people of Iran that their future might be just around the corner.
What would your dad think about having a MAGA mullah meltdown?
It will be a big task, but it is worthwhile, and we have to
Let's do it.
That's
Let's
the
do
only
it.
way.
You guys join us?
You guys got to show up.
Don't worry, we're not going to Tehran.
Yeah, we'll do it here.
We're going to go someplace closer.
Yes.
All right, thank you all.
I will not be participating if it's Tehran.
That's right, not doing that. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for
Thank
bringing
you.
this weapon of mass destruction. Make sure you go down to the CPAC Central to check it out. And we got so much more going on today, so just don't leave the room for very long at one time, okay? God bless you all, and thank you all for being here. Thanks.
Stories that strengthen hearts, uplift spirits, and honor what truly matters. And on Great American Family, where faith leads, where stories inspire. Welcome home. Whether it's Christmas all year long, heartfelt romances, or movies that bring families together, we are here to make you feel at home. At Great American Media, our foundation is quality. Our promise is to always deliver entertainment that aligns with your faith and values. Thank you for standing with us as we stand for faith, family, and country. Enjoy CPAC. And remember, when you choose Great American Media, you choose entertainment that lifts you up. Join us and experience the best in faith and family entertainment.
Wherever human freedom is under attack, in courtrooms, legislatures, and the public square, we stand ready to defend it. This is why Alliance Defending Freedom exists.
Supreme Court victory for a Christian woman who was taken to court for standing firm in her beliefs.
The First Amendment follows a golden rule. If we want to protect speech for ourselves, then we need to protect it for others.
A video released this week by ADF International has attracted over 34 million views and even attracted comment from Elon Musk. It concerned a pair of Swiss parents who have had their child taken away from them because they objected to her gender transition.
We're not just here to stop the erosion of liberty for this moment alone. We are here to keep the door open for the gospel. And when the gospel does its work, truth doesn't just hold its ground. It advances. It sets people free for generations to come. This is our mission at Alliance Defending Freedom.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed to be ultimate truth.
Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
I want to go on the record and say I'm for moms, I'm for America, and I'm especially for Moms for America.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
The most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Momland Revolution.
Hungary. CPAC Hungary, the Hungarian version of the annual super conference of hard-right U.S. Republicans, has begun in Budapest.
Hungary's authoritarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban.
CPAC is doing a special event from Hungary in May.
CPAC has made its way to Europe for the very first time. The gathering, frequented by many of the GOP's leading fringe voices, is underway right now in Hungary.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman CPAC Hungary, Miklos Santo.
Dear friends, fellow patriots, what a time to be alive. For a wonderful month, Donald Trump has been back in the Oval Office, and we can all breathe free again. And would you look at Elon Musk and Doge? I have never seen so many liberal tears in my life. And I'm from Hungary, you know, the island of freedom of Europe. It is our national sport to make the liberals cry. But of course, you know that. You know a lot about Hungary, don't you? But why? It's because our Prime Minister, Viktor Orban. He is a loyal friend to President Trump and to CPAC. And loyalty is a true conservative value. Prime Minister Orban also spoke at CPAC Dallas in 2022, and has been the keynote speaker at every and each CPAC Hungary so far, and CPAC Hungary will be a joyous occasion this May again. Because 2025 began tremendously. The Trump tsunami has swept the Dems out of office, and there is a revival of the right on the old continent, led by Prime Minister Orban and the Patriots for Europe. But dear friends, allow me to recall a Hungarian saying. It is in victory that one must remain most humble and have a realistic view of the world, I would add. We may have won a famous battle in the struggle for the soul of the West, but the fight against the woke is far from over. Until Donald Trump came to your rescue, the United States hadn't had a strong leader for almost 2 generations. And sadly, the same applies to Western Europe. And the lack of leadership and vision has led to a systematic collapse on an economic, political, and security scale. The disease has spread to every and each level of our societies, but its roots are cultural, and culture is a matter of national security. When Elon Musk let the Doge loose at USAID headquarters, he was targeting the root cause: corrupt, malicious, Marxist propaganda poisoning the well of our civilizational greatness. But USAID was only one of the heads of the woke hydra. The left's geopolitical manipulation machine also operates through Hollywood, Brussels, the UN, the Washington swamp, the big media, the Ford, the Gates, the Rockefeller foundations, and of course, George Soros' Open Society Network. Just imagine that good old Georgie spent $1.4 billion to meddle in Europe. The woke machine assimilated bureaucracies and policy making at all levels of government. It launched a concerted assault on the family, Christianity, and the sovereignty of nations. And the establishment has been more than happy to play along as puppets of the globalist deep state network. So do you know why they hate Trump, Orban, or Milei so much? Because they refused to submit, wouldn't assimilate, and can't be destroyed. And now it turns out that they were right all along. Just one, but hugely important example. Both President Trump and Prime Minister Orban have been pushing for an end to the bloodshed in Ukraine, going against the progressive warmongers. And now, with the new sheriff, your new sheriff in the White House, peace negotiations have finally begun, and it's really shocking to see supposed pacifists whining that the war might be over. So the lesson is: strong leaders make peace, weak leaders make war. And our civilization is not lost as long as such visionary and charismatic leaders can rise in the Americas and Europe. But in order to cut off every single head of the woke hydra and break the great geopolitical manipulation machine of the left, we must unite our forces. You conservatives, we respect the past, so we should write the future too, and so we will win, but we win so that we can fight for more. Fight for normality over green jihad, fight for the family, the best thing humanity invented so far, over wokeness, fight for political leadership over bureaucratic dictatorship, fight for national security over open society, and fight for peace securing life for future generations over the ideology-driven bloodshed of war. You know, life is much more than a struggle for self-preservation. And what it makes it more is precisely what it makes it truly beautiful and meaningful to us. Our families, our children, our dignity, our freedom, our faith, and our country. That is the message I came here to share, and that is what CPAC and CPAC Hungary is all about. We really very much hope you join us again this May in Budapest at CPAC Hungary. Let us fight together, and the age of patriots will dawn. With a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, let us be confident that the best is yet to come. God bless you, God bless America, God bless Hungary, to God alone glory. Thank you very much.
Millions are switching to Newsmax. You should too.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
I want to go on the record and say I'm for moms, I'm for America, and I'm especially for Moms for America.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
The most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Momland Revolution.
Today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
Creators, it's time to take control. With Bursts, you create impactful content in seconds. Powered by blockchain, your content and earnings are protected, transparent, and yours to control. Play TV isn't just a platform. It's a community of creators building a new future together. Your freedom starts when you press play.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Inclusion Delusion, Hollywood Survivors. Please welcome President and CEO, Great American Media, Bill Abbott, actor and filmmaker, Dean Cain, and your host, co-host of Morning on Merrick Street, Fanchon Stinger.
Wow. Which one?
That's her.
I know I'm going in the middle. There it is.
Well, hello, CPAC. Wait a minute. I don't know if I heard that right. Hello, CPAC. Well, we are delighted to be with you this afternoon, but there's one thing we're going to get started and declared right off the bat. CPAC, revival is here. Woo! Revival is here. I know so many of you, myself included, have been praying for revival. We have been praying for our country. We have been praying to return back to the Christian Judeo values that our country is founded on and those great freedoms that we all are blessed to enjoy. So today, we are delighted and honored to talk with you about where we've come, where we are, and what God has for this country in the future. Amen? All right, let's get started. Well, Bill and Dean, it's surreal to be able to sit here and have a conversation with both of you because both of you are so integral in terms of this journey we have all been on. Bill, I want to start with you. We know you have a stellar background. You have led the faith and media movement with your positions throughout the years. Now you're with the Great American Media Corporation. You're leading that. There's so many projects that you have now, more that are coming. But a lot of us have heard your name. A lot of us have watched your entertainment. We're so excited about what you're doing, so thank you for that. I want to start with something that I don't know that you have touched on in public. But we're among family, so we're going to do it right here, right now. You were previously with the Hallmark Channel, and all of a sudden one day you were gone. And you have not really given us the behind the scenes, the scoop, that's what our journalists like to get, in terms of what really happened. Would you like to talk about that for the first time right here publicly?
Of course, sure.
I'm dying to hear this story. I really want to hear it.
Well, we worked together a lot at that time.
Yes.
And we will work together.
At the Hallmark Channel, but amazingly, after you left, I didn't work at the Hallmark Channel anymore.
Well, you're next. After he tells his story, your story's coming.
No. Well, you know, so we had a great team at Hallmark that built an incredible franchise and a great brand and a network and a bunch of networks, actually. And we got to the point in 2017, we were number one, fourth quarter, with Countdown to Christmas, and very successful. And at that point, though, you could see the change in, you know, the chairman and the management at the parent company and the family to become much more woke and DEI-driven, very DEI-driven. And so, you know, they were in DEI before it was cool to be in DEI. Mm-hmm. And the reality of that was that we were serving an audience that was focused on family-friendly content and faith-based content, that they wanted traditions, they wanted values, they wanted to see that expressed on TV. And so there was tremendous pressure from the family to make changes.
So at some point then you decided, and you stood up and had the courage to say, I'm not going along with this. I heard, and maybe this little birdie told me the right information or the wrong information, but there was an incident that happened with the White House tree lighting?
Well, this was really the beginning of really seeing this become public or become evident to me. We were chosen to host and televise the White House tree lighting. It was President Trump's first time doing the tree lighting. And there was an article in The Hill that said, Trump White House partners with Hallmark Channel for Christmas tree lighting. And it was wildly successful. It was the president's first tree lighting. We had talent there. It did big ratings. It was a big part of our Christmas presentation. And the reaction was, at the time, that's not so good. And you're either with humanity or you're against it.
That's what you were told?
Yes.
And what was your response?
Well, at the time, I was totally shocked. We had an incredibly successful business that was thriving, and we were, by any measure, we were told for many years we could never be successful as an independent, that we were just, in over our head, we wouldn't be able to survive, and we were hugely successful. So, I kind of took it with a grain of salt. At the time, though, I was, very shaken by that thinking, and then you saw it become more pervasive over the next couple of years. So, and we had an audience that was so loyal. Yeah. Loved what we did so much, and they had nowhere else to go on TV. There are many places. Any place you want to go, you're going to find different type of content that is not family friendly and values based.
When you're faced with something like that, there had to be a level of heartbreak there, because you've poured your life, you've poured your career into that, you've poured your mission, your testimony, your own personal faith into that, and when you come to a moment like that,
and reading notes from viewers who were just so disappointed with what the direction is heartbreaking.
Wow. Dean, you were with Hallmark Channel as well. Of course, you guys have a history. And you left. Tell us a little bit about your personal experience.
By the way, did I host that Christmas meeting? Yeah. I did host that one. As a matter of fact.
Did you know that was going on behind the scenes at the time?
No, I was too busy working for him. I didn't know that was I didn't realize that was the feedback, which is amazing, because I remember it being a very successful event. It was great fun. And, it's shocking to hear that. It's actually ridiculous. And, when Bill left Hallmark, I was shocked as well, because I had been doing a lot of films for them, and I enjoyed them so much. Yeah. I'm a single father, and I wanted to make a lot of content that my son could see and my family could see and be around that, and that I wanted to watch. And you really built an incredible brand. Absolutely. And then all of a sudden, Bill was gone, and my phone never rang from Hallmark again. And I was like, wow, okay, whatever has happened with the sort of the wokeness, there wasn't going to be me on the other end of the line, which I was okay with. I mean, I had plenty of other things to do. But I found that shocking. I love what you've built. Congratulations again. But it's just that you've proven that what you're putting out there is what people want to watch. And that's fantastic. As far as being canceled, they tried to cancel me in Hollywood so many times. If an actor speaks up on something, listen, and for actors, go ahead and speak up or don't. It doesn't matter to me. I would work with Robert De Niro. He's a great actor. I don't like his politics. Rob Reiner, very good director. I don't agree with his politics either, but I would still work with him. And I don't think it works the other way around. Like, I don't think Rob Reiner, and I've met with Rob since, and he didn't hire me, but it could be for many reasons. But, you just sort of wonder, why it's so solid, such a solid wall on one side and not the other. So I don't think I've ever really been canceled, because I continue to work constantly and I voice my opinion, and thank you.
Well, absolutely. There is an element of courage when it comes to pressure from the world. And as Christians, we need to understand that we are called to be bold. We're called to be confident, and we're called to operate in excellence at all times. It's interesting because now there is a headline of an article in the New York Times that reads,
this ought to be good.
"The woke movies era is over." That was the New York Times. Absolutely. And I want to read this other, because I want both of you to kind of speak to this, because you have been on the forefront of leading by example when it comes to standing up. There is a cultural shift. This is a quote. And this cultural shift is not merely a trend. It is a revival that has the potential to reshape society in ways that will make the powerful take notice. It is not about political parties, yet its impact will be felt across the political and cultural landscape as young people find hope and identity in Christ, and step up as the next generation of leaders. That is where we are.
Are you sure that was the New York Times?
That was not the New York Times.
Oh, that part wasn't.
That
okay.
was the Christian Post.
There we go.
There you go. The New York Times has declared woke movies that era over. With that being said, Bill, what is next for Great American media?
Well, we're going to be true to who we are. We will never compromise our values. We will never change. And we don't care what the environment is. We will be serving the viewer, which we believe, by the way, is the vast majority of the country who want to see faith-based content that's family-friendly and supports the country and isn't derisive of those elements. So we will never change who we are.
What is the importance, Dean, because you have been very outspoken, like you said. It is not the majority of the country that was asking for the woke content that was being put out. I work for Dr. Phil's Merit TV, and Dr. Phil has done so much research on this fringe that seems to have the microphone. You have challenged that. Talk about the significance of where we are right now and what opportunity we have to spread faith, family, and traditional values.
Well, you kind of don't have to look any much further than what Bill has done at Great American Media.
Yeah.
There's a reason that folks have flocked over there. I'm not sure about the Hallmark numbers anymore, but I got a funny feeling they're not as good as they used to be, my friend, and I think your numbers are up. People go and watch what they want to watch, and they'll find that, and I think that's wonderful. Andrew Breitbart, who was a friend of mine, once said that, politics are downstream from culture. When you're making content like Bill is making and putting out there, people want that, and they will come to it, and they will see it. And I think that's super important. I love making that stuff because I want my son to be able to, watch this. And now he's 24 now, so he's getting into different things. But when he was in high school, he was at a Christian school, and I did a film called God's Not Dead. I did not play a nice guy in that. And everybody watched the film, and the school went to see it, and they're like, dude, your dad's a jerk. Like, no, he's acting. He's acting. But I think it's so important to have those conversations, and those kind of films and shows, they have those families have conversations because of them. When you're putting out this other content for just a fringe number of people, they'll die. And that's why, companies like, I'm not going to pick on Disney, but Disney has not done a remarkable job with their franchises, rebranding, changing things, and look at the success that Bill has had. And I think it's wonderful.
Having the courage to do that, though, is so incredible, because without talent like you in God's Not Dead, it isn't the franchise that it is.
That's right.
Thank you, good sir.
I've had the opportunity to be in 2 of the God's Not Dead movies. We met at the Dallas premiere of God's Not Dead, In God We Trust. If you haven't seen it, it's a powerful movie because it mirrors what is actually happening in our society today. It's the spiritual warfare that we all are watching play out. Talk about this Gen Z revival that is happening. We're seeing it in sports with players. We're seeing it with coaches. Ohio State University, guys, they just had 2,000 young people accept Christ on campus. This is happening. So talk about how we're going to come alongside those young people and help catapult them into being the next generation of godly, faith-filled leaders.
I think you talk about it openly and you have those conversations. If we had this conversation 3 years ago, oh my gosh, what a horrible conversation to have. But now it's okay to have this conversation. And they should. And my son's 24. Does that make him a Gen Z guy? Does that qualify as Gen Z?
So.
Does it? In that area. I was worried about our youth. I really was.
Yeah.
Until I started talking to him and some of his friends. And there's some common sense out there. Yeah. And I think it's wonderful. And so doing this, putting out content that they can watch and talk about and showing them, again, politics downstream from culture. Yeah. Put it out there and hopefully change the culture. And I think it's happening.
How are you going for that audience? Because we know right now, looking at the statistics, Bible sales are up with Gen Zers. Young men are returning to church in droves. And there are young people who are really returning back to traditional values, faith-filled families. So now it's up to us to come alongside them and help them fly and shine.
The woke left went so far in the other direction, and it was so offensive that it's moved people more toward, faith and family and country and supporting the values they love.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask you, what are you working on? What do we need to be looking for? We have about a minute, 15 seconds left. What should we be looking from from your company. And Dean, I'm going to ask you the same question.
Wow. Well, we will.
Give us the scoop.
That's a big question. We want to work with him. We have two great, our two biggest platforms. Our flagship is streaming and is PureFlix, which we mentioned, and Great American Family. Both are great and successful, and we're very pleased with both. We have a lot of original content on both, original series, original movies, and we'll keep doing that.
Awesome.
I hope to work for him for a long time. That's what I want to do. And I want to keep making content that gets people thinking and talking. You know, sometimes I'll be the bad guy, but you need a good bad guy with a good message in the film. So I hope to just keep making more and more content and putting it out there and having conversations like this that further our nation and our faith, and I hope it's successful.
And all of us as believers, we are part of this. Each of us has a role to play. So quickly, in 10 seconds or less, what is your message to everyone sitting in here in terms of their role in making this happen and getting this out in their communities?
Support projects and channels and platforms like Bill's. I mean, that's 100% it. I mean, I give great support to it, and that support means everything.
And be proud of it, and never shy away from it, never run from it, and always be who you are.
And we will continue to give God the glory. Let's thank Bill and Dean Cain, and thank all of you. God bless you, and God bless this great United States of America.
Thank you, Fanchon.
Thank you.
Welcome to CPAC. At Great American Media, we celebrate what matters most: faith, family, and country. Today, we invite you to experience storytelling that uplifts, inspires, and
Wherever human freedom is under attack, in courtrooms, legislatures, and the public square, we stand ready to defend it. This is why Alliance Defending Freedom exists.
Supreme Court victory for a Christian woman who was taken to court for standing firm in her beliefs.
The First Amendment follows a golden rule. If we want to protect speech for ourselves, then we need to protect it for others.
A video released this week by ADF International has attracted over 34 million views and even attracted comment from Elon Musk. It concerned a pair of Swiss parents who have had their child taken away from them because they objected to her gender transition.
We're not just here to stop the erosion of liberty for this moment alone. We are here to keep the door open for the gospel. And when the gospel does its work, truth doesn't just hold its ground. It advances. It sets people free for generations to come. This is our mission at Alliance Defending Freedom.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed to be ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
During my second term, we will fight for Alaska like never before.
I'm excited about what we can do with President Trump in the office.
We'll work together to provide affordable energy to Alaska and allies all over the world.
More investment, more certainty, production, more exploration.
Thank you to everyone in Alaska, and thank you to your great governor. I look forward to a long and enduring future relationship. Drill, baby, drill.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the new G.I. Joes. Please welcome former U.S. Navy SEAL Rob O'Neill, UFC fighter and Special Forces operator Tim Kennedy, and your host of the Carl Higbie Frontline on Newsmax, Carl Higbie.
Yes! What up, Drago? I love you, brother.
All right. Well, they gave us open mics, no script, and a bunch of guys who used to shoot people. No, so the last, we were talking 12 years actually, not just last 4, have been disastrous for the military, and not only domestically, but on the global stage.
That's the truth.
Yeah,
pretty madness. Been losing wars everywhere that we look. On multiple continents, we've been losing our strategic positions and strategic bases that we have fought for decades. From Africa, literally every single continent, Eastern Europe, and obviously in the global war on terror after 20 years, the most embarrassing withdrawal in American history.
Yeah, well, Rob, let's talk about that. We had the withdrawal from Iraq. I was in Iraq in 2009 when we were drawing down. I know you guys were in and out of the same areas. I was watching us pull resources out, denying the fact that there were bad guys still doing bad things, that were killing coalition troops. And yet they wouldn't let us get them because of the perception that the war was over.
Yeah, the perception of the war being over is something we've been doing wrong, and that's getting too political. And I don't mean just the politics of the country. I'm talking personal power for politicians. Making a promise to get out of a place because that was said in the campaign, or in the case of Afghanistan on 9/11, and just making decisions that don't make sense because a lot of stuff, I don't know if you noticed in D.C., doesn't make sense. But the way that I put Iraq was one of those things where we shouldn't have invaded, but we shouldn't have left the way we did. And when the convoys coming from north to south, we should have hit them with some A-10s. ISIS is gone, didn't do that because I guess we could be nice to the enemy. But the thing with Afghanistan that I noticed too is if you took the bin Laden team and asked them to come up with the worst possible way out of Afghanistan, we would have come up with exactly the way the Biden administration did it. And that's all because they wanted to be out before 9/11. We lost a lot of people because of that.
Right, but the unwillingness to actually define the enemy was the bigger problem. It was, we're going to work with them, we're going to give them money. I mean, hell, we left, $80 billion worth of stuff, including night vision and Humvees over there. They didn't define the enemy, and therefore we couldn't defeat it.
I mean, that's the story of oldest time, right? Whether it's Vietnam, the Korea War, us being able to define who we're fighting is something that it's necessary for us to know who to beat. If you take the military and you point them, I still believe, even though we are in a dangerous position with Secretary Hegseth trying to fight to bring back the strength, we still have, without a doubt, the most powerful military on the planet. And I'm so inspired by the young men and women that, especially recently, have raised their hand to serve. But watching Pete Hegseth, it's the truth.
Yeah.
In Germany, training with the Special Forces unit, with the Hulk running right in front of him.
That guy was huge.
He was huge.
That's a big dude.
I'm just that's the America that I know and that I love.
Put that on a recruiting poster. Rob, we had record low recruiting over the last 4 years. It turns out if you tell a bunch of people that were in your ranks that they don't like them anymore, they go home.
Yeah.
And we had posters of people with two moms, or transgender this, or DEI that. It's like, well, this is a place where we're supposed to put bullets in bad guys' faces.
That's it too. And the military can be very simple. The way you're successful in the military is master the basics, keep it simple, and leave the diplomacy to the diplomats, right? Go in, crush people, and leave. That's all it's got to be. And then we just start getting into this woke ideology with, okay, you're raised by two women in San Francisco. Great, fine. I don't think ISIS is afraid of that. I don't think Al-Qaeda is afraid of that. And even like Queers for Palestine, if they went over there,
we'd throw them off
if I went over there with them, they'd murder them before they murdered me. Yeah. They don't like them.
Yeah.
But the problem is we're trying to play nice with everybody. It's like, I don't know if it's you don't understand them, or we were talking backstage about the enemy. You can't, or you just said just now on the stage. We're bad at defining the enemy, and we just think that. Here's a little thing I learned as a battle interrogator, especially dealing with terrorists. They lie.
No.
Yeah, they'll lie.
What?
Yeah, they'll lie to your face.
Weird.
Drago, back me up on that.
But. We can sit here and joke about this, but there's some serious work. And look, I actually talked to Secretary Hegseth this morning about it, was trying to get him to call in, but he has this little thing like managing the whole country's, DOD. But he's got a serious job ahead of him. They've already increased recruiting in 30 days. Weird how if you put warfighters, you attract more warfighters. But in order to do that, you're talking about a massive deficit, not only from a financial standpoint, where we've spent 3 times as much on aircraft carrier budgets, where we've massively reduced the force. The COVID vaccine was one of the greatest reductions of good men and women, and we have to build that back. How do we start?
It's a great question, and I think from the top down, seeing the Secretary of Defense out doing PT with the troops in the morning. Mm-hmm. It's not just the number in which we were failing to recruit for the past 4 years, but it's who we have been recruiting. We were recruiting, and I'm so grateful for everybody that raised their hand to serve. We want strong, fearless people that want to be part of the most lethal fighting force on the planet.
Yep.
That's who we want. We want them as a deterrent. We want the rest of the world and every single one of our peer-level adversaries to look at our men and women in uniform and be like, nah. Not freaking worth it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the other thing too, is Rob, you walked in a door, shot the world's most wanted criminal in the face, and didn't think twice about it. How do we get more people? Thank you. How do we get more people that want to join because of that versus college benefits, which are great, but also, pushing DEI, pushing personal growth and things like this? How do we get more people that want to join because they want to do what you did?
I think it starts with the recruiting, and it impacted me more to see the Marine killing the dragon with the sword. I really like that. Plus the movie Navy SEALs with Charlie Sheen. That was really,
greatest movie
really,
ever. That's
greatest
why
movie,
I became a SEAL.
100% accurate. But it's got to start with that too. And we're in a place too, and it's the generation with staring at your phone, not going to the gym, stuff like that. We just lower the standards. It's like, well, you can't do the set amount of pushes. We'll just cut it in half. And I think that the good men and women are out there. We just haven't been focusing on them. They're great people. There always has been. The leadership has gotten bad simply because you get to a certain level, be it senior enlisted or a senior officer, you become political because you want the next job right down the street here. The way to do it is literally get back to the basics, which is forward defense, alliance solidarity, and deterrence. And we're just simply not going to deter people by being nice, but the military's job is not to be nice. Again, we do have public affairs, great. We also have infantry who will swim over the horizon at night and kill you, and that's what we need.
And not to mention, we will complain about it the whole time we're swimming.
Oh, yeah.
Why do SEALs post-career don't like cold water, or
they torture us with it?
It's wet.
The water's wet. I've seen dudes in combat go an extra mile just to not get their feet wet.
Yeah, man.
I'm not even making that up. America's finest, just keep me dry.
Yeah, exactly.
With recruiting, The standards have to be set. They have to be met. They cannot be moved. They cannot be bent. It has to be merit-based. If you're going to fly a helicopter, it's because you're the best person that can be on the stick.
Absolutely.
If you're going to be pulling down night vision to go on a mission, it's because you passed every single one of the standards to be there, and you deserve to be there, whether you're wearing a trident, a green beret, or you are proudly just running down, as every single infantryman knows, to shoot, move, communicate, and medicate. You met the standard, and you deserve to be there.
Right. Well, that's the other thing too. A 762 doesn't understand the difference if you're black, white, blue, green, 5'7", 5'4", 250, 150. It doesn't matter. So why did we get away from a general standard? And now, if you're a 40-year-old woman in the military, you can get 24 minutes to run 2 miles. But if you're a 22-year-old male, you have to do it in 18 minutes. Like, how did we deviate?
Well, I mean, again, we need to get back to we deviated just by, well, I mean, we saw when I joined in 1996, uniform, bad haircut, and all we saw was green or blue. That's it. But now we're to the point, because of a softer outlook, or because we're so connected, just be yourself. Express yourself. That's not the military's job to express yourself. You'll be fine. But again, too, like 16 and a half years in the Navy, with the men and women with whom I served, we never had a problem with sexism or racism, because it just didn't make sense. We knew each other. Even when I was getting out, don't ask, don't tell was the big thing. And I remember in Afghanistan, this is after the bin Laden raid, looking at a bunch of Navy SEALs, like, I know damn well some of you are gay. I don't really care. And at the bottom line, what you do behind closed doors is your business. The big question is, can you carry me with body armor after I've been shot and bring me home to my wife? That's it.
I agree with that. We had a guy in my first platoon who got out of the military, and he was like, guys, I got to tell you, I'm gay. And we're like, yeah, we know.
We know.
And we don't care.
Nobody cared.
Nobody cares. Sorry, man.
Seriously, but that's it too. He can do his job, and nobody cares. But then you get involved with the media, and they just want to spin it because they want the talking points to badmouth whichever Republican's running.
So let's talk, Secretary Hegseth comes in now, 8% cuts across the board. A lot of people on the other side are saying, well, hey, this is going to diminish our fighting force. And I look at that, I'm like, look, we're still using floppy disks and fax machines. At some of like the DMV is more technologically advanced in some areas of the Pentagon right now. So, there's a vast, massive redundancy within the Department of Defense, and how do you get to the bottom of that without even slightly creeping on the mission of capability?
Man, if you're trying to become effective and more efficient, the first thing that you do is you recognize fat and you cut it from it. So whether it's fraud, waste, and abuse, and in some instances we're seeing DOJ just come through with a battle axe to do that, which is awesome.
Yeah.
On the military side, I would definitely argue, and I know personally, as I think everyone else does, and if you've been in the military, that there are good redundancies, like a good PACE plan, primary, alternate, contingent, and emergency, and on the communication side, on like multiple routes in and out. But when it comes to bureaucratic regulation, and the military is not supposed to have that, what is called the kill chain. How effectively can I take from a decision to do something to the execution of it? How fast is that thing? And that kill chain has gotten so many bureaucratic steps in there. We have become ineffective and inefficient. Those have to be cut.
Yeah, well, that's the danger of the big corporate mindset too. I mean, you guys know as well as I do. You get the green light to do an op, and you have to get it approved up the chain. And by that time, the guy's already left his house and fled the country.
That's true. Yeah, and I mean, it comes back to the efficiency that they're doing right now. You need redundancy in place. It's like with submarine warfare. If one gets an order, another one needs it too in case it gets hit and no one knows. That stuff like that. But the Pentagon hasn't passed a budget. An audit. Hasn't done it. And you got to start with that and we see it down at the platoon level where they're like, well, here's our budget for the year and we have to spend it all or we won't get it next year. It should be the opposite. Right. If you're more efficient, maybe these guys are squared away. We can get them more work. We can get them more funding. Right. But it's almost like the free money thing where we're just going to get it again as long as we get rid of it. And
it also seems if you cut even 8%, let's just round it up to an even 40 for good time's sake. And you will remove all those limitations, but you'll also remove a significant amount of processes that were put in place after World War II, a time where we have now quadrupled our number of generals, and now I would say effectively we lost the war in Iraq and Afghanistan because the enemy gets a say in that. How do you rebuild that within the ranks? I mean, there's obviously morale has already gone way up under Donald Trump, big time. But how do you rebuild that with generational support?
So, right now with General George and the Sergeant Major of the Army, Mike Weimer. Mike Weimer, former unit guy, was part of the special missions units, also a special forces guy. They clearly have said time and time again, they want to focus on lethality, maneuverability, flexibility. And these are things that bureaucratic systems and multiple checks and balances always slow down. They want kids being able to 3D print a tool that would have cost through a government contract on a named project, tens of millions of dollars.
And 7 years to approve.
That's right. Yeah. And all of that, we have to innovate. We have to innovate our way out of this, and we have to become the 2025 fast, lethal fighting force where the rest of the world is like, buddy, want nothing to do with that kid from Oklahoma that just throws hay bales, and now we're giving him the best tools possible to go and kill his enemy.
Right, and something on that too that good point. I think just we were talking about Secretary Hegseth working out with the guys and the big monster dude. Yeah. That's something else right there that you haven't seen with the SecDef, but that's what you need. It's always been impressive when the general officer, the general or the admiral, comes and talks to the E5 mafia.
Right.
Hegseth, Mr. Secretary, sorry, Pete, can like I've always been saying we need a mid-level officer with combat experience to take the Secretary of Defense, because he will talk to the troops. And that when you're working out with the troops, you can ask them simple stuff. Right. Where are you from? Why did you join? What are you anticipating? What do you expect out of this? How's morale? Okay, morale's bad. Why? Morale's good. Why? Find out why. And then obviously it is a pyramid, top-down type stuff, but they might want to think about potentially changing that up a little bit.
But also flattening the organization, allowing that direct feedback. I remember when I was in, the Admiral would come down and they'd be like, hey, look, if you have any questions for the Admiral, clear it through us first. Carl, you're not allowed to ask any questions whatsoever. But it's, and I raised my hand. This is in 2009 after we just gotten back. And I said, what's the desired end result in Iraq? I mean, I got in a lot of trouble for that, but they had no answer.
Yeah. It was heartbreaking on the ground in Afghanistan, in August of 2021, all the way to the 26th, the Abbey Gate bombing. That sent a shockwave through all of GWAT and recruiting. Mm-hmm. Nobody likes to lose. America's not built to lose. We're built to be the most powerful fighting force on the planet, the military is, and the country that's the strongest that's ever existed in the existence of our species. Greatest country ever. So our young people need to look at the service members, men and women in uniform with the flag, and with pride, be like, I want to be like Rob. I want to be like Carl. Right. I want to go win wars. It's time for us to start not just being preventative, but for everyone to know that the next war that we go into, we are not just going to fight it. We're not there to perpetuate the military-industrial complex. We are there to destroy our enemy in the most violent way possible.
There you go. I just want to point out that the Army guy said that they want to be like the two Navy guys over here. But that said, I mean, look, we have 11 carrier battle groups, so they're not in reserve for someday. We're pretty much there now. Why do we care what Europe thinks? Why do we care what other countries think? Why are we catering, especially policy within the DoD, to what other countries think when we can do whatever we want because our aircraft carriers outrun their jet skis?
Well, that's true, too. I mean, I remember seeing a recruiting poster with somebody's water skiing behind a carrier and people laughing at it. I was like, no, that could happen. That's the fastest ship we got. Yeah. And I can't tell you how fast it goes, but it's pretty fast. But talking about Europe, too, moving forward, every time we've left Europe, we had to go back. Yeah. So we got to be careful about that now, too. But the problem is with Europe being so weak, most of them aren't paying the 2% GDP they're supposed to be paying. Right. But we're not going to be able to deter China, especially a China-Russia coalition, while we're trying to hold the hand of the people that are afraid of Ukraine or going into Poland. I don't think they're going into Poland, but regardless, we're not going to, the fight. You got to figure the 5,000 miles of a supply chain we're going to need in the Pacific. Right. When China tries, within the next few years, tries to take Taiwan, there's other allies over there dealing with a much bigger enemy. And then you're getting into the AI thing, the drone fighting. I'm so glad that wasn't prevalent when we were there, but microwave weapons, stuff like that. I mean, we're still back in time. We do have smarter people than this panel. They're working, but they got to be smart about being.
It's a pretty low bar if you don't know for us. But. No, I mean, that's 100% right. The technology is almost outpacing the need for some manning, not all. But how do you balance the technology versus the man on the ground?
I mean, this is a question that we've asked every single war and every single conflict. Ultimately, it really does come down to the men and women on the ground.
Yes.
It comes down to the quality of the people, their integrity, and their work ethic. And I love this country. I'm so proud that I get to wear the uniform and the flag, and I get to look to my left and my right, and I am just so inspired by the strength of our service members and the men and women in this country. And I have total confidence that we have the best and the brightest in the world that are answering that question. And they are giving the best tools to the best men and women in uniform to then go and both prevent our next war and, heaven forbid, if we do have to fight it, win it.
Yeah. Let's talk about kids. Rob, I know you got a new one.
Yeah, I got a birthday on Sunday.
Yep.
My daughter Valor turns 1.
Wow. So, congrats. So, I have 3 myself. And for the last 4 years, in the first time in my life, I come from a somewhat military family. I would not have advised my children to join the military. How do we make sure that no one ever wants to have that side of a conversation again?
That's a tough conversation, too, with, again, the politics getting in, the D.C. swamp ruining everything. It's a tough conversation to have, too, because a couple months ago, someone asked, are your children going to join the military? I don't know. Maybe you tell them, get straight A's, get an academy, and learn how to fly something, but the other stuff, I don't know. But now, it's turning the tide, but they got to maintain that. Right now, we're in the honeymoon phase still, even though it's Donald Trump's second term. You got to maintain that momentum.
Yeah.
And again, too, we have the great patriots in this country, too. The problem is, we have X now, but a lot of the voices get shut down. I don't know if you notice shadow banning and stuff like that. The Patriotic Americans have been shut down before. And we got to, hopefully, with some of the people coming over from the social media side, getting more conservative. We can hope, but we'll see what happens. Right?
I kind of want to leave it at this: is as we move out of this phase. We got 3 years and 11 months left. I feel like a lot of countries have kind of said,
I think we're going to win the next 6 elections.
I sure hope so. But
at a bare minimum.
Yeah,
minimum.
Zero reason why we shouldn't have at least the next 12 years.
We're fixing this country.
With 30 seconds or less to solve the world's problems, how do you get to a place where we install mechanisms that even politics can't corrupt it?
Yeah, building that beachhead where these are things that are going to stand the test of time, that are going to stand a midterm election, and then the next national election. A strong thing is harder to kill. Like this idea, to answer that question simply, a strong soldier, a strong military, they're just flat out harder to defeat. So I want strength, masculinity, power, big, murderous men to be running towards the military, to put the flag on their shoulder to serve this country. That's what I want.
Who don't really care about people's feelings.
They do not. Yeah. They care about winning, and they want to be strong when they do it.
Rob, Tim, been a pleasure.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Been really terrific.
Gain access to exclusive documentaries, series, and special briefings. It's free to start, so go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. We've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
This lunacy will end on my first day back in the Oval Office. I promise you it will end immediately.
Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
RSBN, by the way, how good is RSBN? They do a good job. So beautiful.
Creators, it's time to take control. With Bursts, you create impactful content in seconds. Powered by blockchain, your content and earnings are protected, transparent, and yours to control. Play TV isn't just a platform. It's a community of creators building a new future together. Your freedom starts when you press play.
Still under construction, but already the biggest news station in Poland. The only international TV station that interviewed Donald J. Trump.
I'd like to say hello to the Polish people.
Poland's leftist government wants to destroy us, but we are not backing down. We're building conservative, English-speaking European news station. Join the movement. Support the revolution.
Make Europe great again. This is Republica, the home of free speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is CPAC in action. Please welcome founder Detat Dose Group, Hobe Schabander, founder of Walkaway, Brandon Straka, CPAC chairman,
CPAC is what President talks about all the time, action, action, action. And so that's what we're going to talk about with you today, what we did right in this last election. If the message that's coming through to you as really the actors in the action, right? If that's the right message, because the people on this panel have the expertise to tell you all of the above. So I think what we should do is start with just a brief intro, if you guys can, just a couple of sentences about who you are and what you did in this last election.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Hobe Schabander. I was in the field in Michigan. My group launched the Arab Americans for a Better America, or APAC. And thanks to a great deal of CPAC's support, we set up shop in Michigan early on in the campaign as an outside group, working very closely with our favorite ambassador, Rick Grinnell, to reach out to the Middle Eastern community, Muslims, Christians in Michigan, and we helped turn Michigan deep red with a lot of first-time voters who had never voted Republican ever in their life voting for President Trump because they knew that he was a president for peace.
Hey everybody, I'm Brandon Straka. I'm the founder of the hashtag Walkaway campaign.
Don't get a big head, Brandon.
We are the largest national movement of former Democrats walking away from the Democratic Party at this point. In 2018, we started a national conversation about the need for people to walk away from the divisive, hateful Democratic Party and political left. As of today, Walkaway has grown to over 750,000 people who have joined our movement, tens of thousands of people who have created their written and video testimonials about leaving the Democratic Party. And dare I say that I believe that the 2024 election was the walk-away election. And I'm not just saying that. I'm not just saying that because we walked away with the presidency, and we walked away with the House, and we walked away with the Senate, and we walked away with the popular vote, and we walked away with every swing state in the country. But because massive numbers of minorities walked away from the Democratic Party in 2024 and led us to victory.
Well, you know this guy. Do you have any sentences you want to say about what you do?
Well, I just want to say that my wife, Mercy, just walked in. I think she's doing a great job. Thanks for coming to listen to me. I was told that there's going to be some harsh judges of how I do in this panel, so I'm very nervous right now about what the scores are going to be. In my household, you have to do a good job where I have 6 women who kind of let you know you don't do so good. But and all my kids, almost every one of my kids is here today. So if you see them, be careful because they're good staffers, I want you to know. Okay, so let me just give you a quick overview at CPAC. You guys are all very generous to us and to many other conservative groups. CPAC has, I think, a big role to play there, but Brandon's group has a big role to play there. I bet you have Michigan groups that have a big role to play there. The one thing as a conservative community, by the way, I'm preaching to myself right now. The one thing as a conservative community, which I think is the pro-America community, I'm not so sure conservative is even a word we have to use right now. We just believe in America and America's values. That we got to partner together really, really well if we're going to beat the bad guys, if we're going to beat the commies. So this is a little bit to myself. I get competitive. I think, well, that's a CPAC thing. CPAC did that. And we're doing a good job as an organization because all of you are helping us. But we all have to work together. And I have to say, to begin my comments, I think we ought to give a rousing applause to having an RNC chairman who was uber competent and did a great job in Michael Whatley. Susie Wiles, the campaign manager for Donald Trump, deserves a round of applause for being uber competent, and Chris LaCivita. Let's give them a round of applause. They're all friends of mine. They're all people I've worked with for a long time. Whatley and LaCivita, I don't even want to tell you how many decades it's been. It's a lot of decades. There's a lot of snow on the roof now. I know that. I have to comb it every morning, once a day. But beyond that, these entities, the campaign and the RNC, can only do so much. You got to have outside groups. You got to have nonprofits that will do a lot.
Right.
And I just want you to know, from a CPAC perspective, I have some of my board members here who helped me think this through. We tried to do what others weren't doing.
Right.
It was because the RNC was so competent and the campaign was so competent that I knew that they would do their pieces competently. And that's not always the case in politics. Sometimes they're not doing it competently, and then you're scared to death because you got to fill in. They did their job competently. And then we saw the seams, right? We saw the openings that we could spend time on. And for CPAC, we decided to focus on a couple things. We helped you in Michigan with Rick's direction.
Right.
Because we thought Michigan could be turned red. Are you here from Michigan, anyone? Wasn't that awesome? It happened. And I didn't. And funny, when you look for the openings and the seams, it takes less revenue because nobody's playing. And so you play with smaller amounts of money. We still spent millions of dollars on this project. Mercy led the way on the Hispanic outreach. There, believe it or not, there was a lot of openings there. Thank you, sweetheart, for your great work and your voice on those things. And then we did something else. By the way, we believe that they cheat. I'm sorry if it's controversial. I'm never going to stop saying it. I'm sorry if I keep getting canceled. I believe they cheat. We think, as a board at CPAC, we think that if we expose their cheating, put cameras on their cheating, have people watching and reporting on their cheating, writing letters to state officials about how they plan to cheat, that stops a lot of the cheating. And I believe that's what happened this time. And we did plenty of that.
Well, Matt, here's a question, though. We heard a lot about banking the vote, right, in this last election. And the other thing about this last election that I'd like each of you to speak to is that, you know, we had Donald Trump. We're not going to have Donald Trump. Probably, well, I don't know, maybe we will. After yesterday, maybe we will have Donald Trump. But unless we change the Constitution.
We had one George Washington, and I think that there's one Donald Trump.
I think there's one Donald Trump. But the question is, you know, we hear this message all the time of bank the vote, as if that was the only thing that needed to be done in this last election. What do you all see on the horizon as we look forward into the midterms and, of course, into the next election that we need to be preparing for already, at least in our minds?
Yeah, look, there is a culture shift that we saw on the ground in Michigan. Look, we're talking about precincts where Arab Americans are a majority in the Detroit metro area, that Joe Biden, won by over 80% in 2020, that Kamala lost by over 10% this time around. That is a sea change. Kamala Harris was going around campaigning with Liz Cheney. You know what we did? We spent just a few $1,000s of Liz Cheney, and we put war. This is the war candidate. Ours is the peace candidate. Those are the simple messages that resonate with immigrant communities, with second generation communities. These communities that were in these were deep blue precincts that had flipped red from Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, Yemeni Americans, Chaldeans, the Bangladeshi communities, both Muslim and Christians. This is historic what is happening here, and we have a real moment to build on flipping Michigan and that what I call a cultural sea change that President Trump inaugurated. And I think we have a tremendous opportunity to build on that victory in places like Michigan.
And Matt, you're so right in what you said a minute ago. When I started Walkway back in 2018, 2019, what I wanted to do is fill in what I call some of the holes and where I felt like the Republican Party needed extra help. One of those was doing outreach to minority communities. I didn't see enough of it, and a lot of it wasn't, truly effective. So we got on the road back in 2018, 2019, and haven't stopped talking to the Black community, the Hispanic community, the LGBT community, Asians, Muslims. And what we saw in 2024, I think after all these years of efforts and many other groups doing amazing work, is the Black community shifted 3% to the right. The Asian community, 5% shifted to the right. The youth vote, 7% to the right. The American Indian, 10% shift to the right. In the Hispanic community, 20% shift to the right in 2024 from 2020, which I think is absolutely astounding. And
legacy media, Brandon, is not reporting some of those numbers that you're talking about.
Well, they don't want people to know.
Yeah.
And they want to try to keep convincing people that the Republican Party is the same old Republican Party they've been able to malign as being racist and bigoted and not welcoming to minorities, when in fact we are the new America First Republican Party, which is a big diverse tent of diverse intellectual ideas and diverse people of all backgrounds.
And really, the Republican Party long has been the true big tent, but the media would really like to keep that a secret from the voting electorate. One of the things that you did that I think is so fascinating is, you always hear you've got to go into the communities, and I know CPAC supported you. You went right into those communities. And probably no one had ever been there to ask them for their vote before.
No.
Yeah.
In many instances, we held dozens of town halls, anywhere from 20 people to 200 people. And Ambassador Grinnell, God bless him, was talking to everybody.
He didn't leave Michigan.
Yeah.
He just stayed in Michigan. He worked his rear off. It was amazing to watch the posts. And you guys didn't do it in a way to get a bunch of attention.
Yes.
You did it quietly.
Yeah. People thought we were crazy. When we started early on, they're like, why are you reaching out to them? Why are you reaching out to a community that was in the deep blue precincts that never voted Republican, let alone for President Trump? But Ambassador Grinnell led the way. Leadership, matters. Look, and these were conversations that were difficult conversations. Kamala Harris didn't want to meet with the Arab Americans, the Muslim Americans, because she was afraid of tough questions. But our guy, Rick was sat in there. A lot of this conversation, they were respectful conversations, but they were tough conversations. And that is the difference when you have a paternalistic Democratic Party far left that doesn't want to treat minority groups that are American at heart, that are pro-America. They've immigrated here. They sacrificed so much for their families and for their children. I'll give you an anecdote. We did a 20-second ad called The Daughter of Dearborn that went viral in Michigan. It was a lady by the name of Sam Lukman. She was a Yemeni American, a daughter of immigrants, a single mother, was a progressive activist, and was looking into the camera telling her community to vote for Donald Trump because he is the candidate for peace, as he has proven to be. And that is we've never seen anything like it. It was absolutely historic. People thought we were crazy for even trying, but we proved them wrong.
And Gina, you hit the nail on the head with what you said a moment ago about, a lot of these communities haven't even been talked to, and if just a small amount of outreach can make such a difference. When we look at 2025, so 2025, there's two very big races that we have coming up. There's a governor's race in Virginia and a governor's race in New Jersey, right? Yeah, but you guys listen to me, because...
Aaron, can we win New Jersey? Okay. Yes. Elizabeth, we can win, okay.
Yeah, but hear me out here, because there's two key philosophies that I'm asking people to embrace going into this year and every year forward. Number one, that every year is an election year. We can no longer just get involved every 2 years or every 4 years for a couple of weeks before the election. And number two, Every election is a national election. What do I mean by that? Well, we saw in 2020 how just a few governors in a few states with the stroke of a pen changed their voter laws by executive order, which cost us the 2020 election overall. So it does matter in every state who the governors are. We have to get involved in all of this. Now, when we talk about communities that people are not connecting with, it doesn't just go by, the color of people's skin or their religion. Here's in New Jersey. Convicted felons are allowed to vote in New Jersey. Well, guess what? The Democratic Party, who has spent decades screaming about criminal justice reform, when they decided to go after Donald Trump and decided to go after the J6ers, the Democratic Party decided that there's nothing worse in the world than being a convicted felon and that they're the scum of the earth. I am going into New Jersey all of this year. I'm going to be speaking in prisons. I'm going to be speaking to ex-convicts groups. And my message is very simple. Which political party is demonizing convicted felons, and which political party just elected one to be president of the United States?
That's awesome.
I love that. Matt, here's a quick question for you.
I like these guys talking, Gina. I think you're making a lot of sense.
Well, but I want you to address something, because you talked about looking out there at the landscape in your own states and seeing what no one else is doing, seeing the message that no one else is thinking or the action that no one else is taking. You did that in this last election. Just talk briefly about that.
Yeah, so, I worked on presidential campaigns. Mercy and I met in a White House. Like, we've been doing national politics. I mean, I'm kind of feel like I'm at an AA program here, because I'm sorry to all of you that I've been involved in politics my whole entire life. It's the only thing I've ever done. But but a part of that is, even when you're dim-witted, you can learn some things. And what you learn is that everybody's a genius when you win an election. So we're all geniuses. Everything we did was fantastic because we won. And that's not honest.
No.
Some of the things were difference makers and some of the things weren't. When you lose, everyone's an idiot. And everything you did was stupid. And that's not honest either. So you have to really look at things in a clear-eyed way. I would say there's a couple things I've been doing this job a while, and there's a couple things I'm actually proud of. Even though they say that's a vice, right? Pride. But there are a couple things I'm proud of. One of the things I'm most proud of is, back to Brandon's comments and your comments too, the first group, and we do this together, we're a community. The first group to invite RFK to speak was who? It was CPAC. CPAC invited RFK. I got yelled at by everybody. What an idiot you are. He's a liberal. He's running against Trump. He's going to hurt Trump. I was like, I don't know. I'm reading about these assassinations. I think he's got a real finger on the pulse of this deep state thing. And by the way, I don't know if any of you've noticed, but I think I eat too many Snickers bars sometimes, and I don't think our food thing is working so good. And I go to all these other countries. I go to Hungary and Brazil and all these countries, and they all look so much better than the rest of us in America, who are a little porky and a little eating our processed food. So he might be right about this. So we let him come, and he spoke about this, and he hit it out of the park. Now he's in Trump's cabinet, okay? Do you know who was the first group to invite Tulsi Gabbard to speak on the right? CPAC. She headlined our Reagan dinner. Any of you who were in this room who were there that night who yelled at me, none of you didn't yell at me, Karen. But it worked out. But some of you said to me, what the hell are you doing? I was like, I don't really know, but we're going to give her a shot, because the Democratic Party is literally kicking her out of it. And she just ran for president. And they say she's a Russian agent. Well, they say Trump's a Russian agent, so I really might like her when I get to know her. And she did a spectacular job. Yeah. By the way, you know who else we took a chance on, who everyone said it was wrong to do? Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah.
Came to CPAC.
Yeah.
Look at what National Review said when we invited Donald Trump to CPAC.
How many of you were there that year? How many of you were there? That's cool.
I was there. You were there, Kimberly. We're getting old. But talk about pearl clutching to invite Donald Trump, who wasn't a registered Republican and, said some bombastic things. It was the right thing to do. So we're going to keep doing that. Yeah. We're going to keep having non-traditional, you might say, whatever, people be a part of our program. And sometimes they'll say things that maybe some of us don't like. But along this process, we're going to rediscover something as a country. The right to speak your mind. The right to not be canceled, and the right to learn and think a little bit out loud. And if we can allow that to be something that's acceptable again, I think we're going to self-correct as a country. So I'm proud that we played a role in that. So the answer to your question is, in politics, one of the first things we're going to do is we're going to say to Americans out there who can legally vote once, we're going to tell them, if you feel comfortable with a little bit about what you're hearing, for instance, in this conversation, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Matt,
you're welcome.
Matt, could I say to you too, to your point about taking risks and inviting non-traditional people, people are very aware of what I've gone through for the last 4 years.
Which was wrong.
Thank you. But I want you guys to know that in 2022, very shortly after I got off of house arrest, and certainly when the national conversation regarding January 6th was still extremely negative, I got a phone call from Matt Schlapp in early 2022, and his exact words to me were, Brandon, don't think that your friends have forgotten about you. He said, I want you to come and speak at CPAC in 2022. And he invited me to speak in 2022 and 2023 and 2024 and gave me a stage and a platform to talk about my January 6th experience and to even erect a prison cell at January 6th to do a demonstration to draw attention to what the J6ers were going through. So I want to thank you for your consistent support of the January 6th community all this time.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, we are almost out of time. Do you have any final words? Because we want to.
Hey, no. First, Gina, can we say thank you for Michigan?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for believing in us. Thank you for believing in us when not many people believed in our mission. Muslim Americans, Arab Americans love President Trump. They love the message for peace, the peace that the president has already delivered. And this is a community that's growing, and you're going to see a lot more of them voting Republican.
All right.
Awesome.
Let's do it. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Gina, and thanks for being here with Real America Voice. Have you all gone down to CPAC Central and seen their big Mac Daddy television set down there? It's a little boisterous and loud, but I kind of love it.
It's fun. And every single morning, 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time, American Sunrise, would love to have you in our morning show audience. We do a fun but tight show, and we have we haven't had you on yet, but we'll have to do it. But we have these guys on all the time, and love to have your input and participation. Thank you all so much for a great CPAC.
endorsed constitutional definition of marriage as the unique union of a man and a woman. For his grasp of reality when he vetoed the compulsory redistribution of illegal migrants among the European Union member states, for pursuing a sovereign Slovak foreign policy to all 4 cardinal points, for treasuring freedom of speech and rejecting the politics of single correct political opinion. For the first time, Prime Minister of the Slovak Republic is coming to CPAC.
Freedom, sovereignty, prosperity. The Patriots for Europe Foundation is on a mission to make Europe great again. Globalist elites have led Europe into a dead-end street. Violent crime has surged because of mass immigration. The Green Deal has put the future of the European economy at risk. Fake NGOs and the massive bureaucracy in Brussels are interfering in our democracies. Patriots must take action. We bring analysis. We organize debates. We build the network of patriots to challenge the woke narrative head on. Patriots for Europe Foundation.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal.
He will become the founder of a mighty empire.
Founders talked about this providential experiment that God had ordained and intervened at this unique moment in American history.
Most of them believed there were no accidents in history.
Americans of today should regain our bearings that our nation is no accident.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
We're from the government. We're here to help.
Booth.
Millions of Americans are tuning into Newsmax for the real news they can trust.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed to be ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
In a time when the very fabric of our nation seemed under siege, one organization was willing to fight for America's principles and defend our children's future.
Joining me now, Terry Schilling, president of the American Principles Project.
This is what happens when tolerance goes too far.
It's a bit shocking to hear Democrats talk about them losing the culture war. After all, they started it.
You're denying reality and you're denying them the care that they need.
All right, America is back on track 2025. But next year, CPAC 2026 is going to be even bigger. Go get your tickets now. Go to cpac.org and join the movement.
This president is calling my family, is calling me, is calling MAGA supporters enemy of America.
That's right.
I am the daughter of a Cuban political prisoner who fought for freedom, who fought against authoritarian and dictators. He sounds just like Fidel Castro did. Fidel Castro would target the enemies of his government and try to take them down. This is exactly what we're seeing with Joe Biden. He should be ashamed of himself. No American should be called a Nazi or be called an enemy of the state. Yeah. Those of us who love this country, and I have spent my whole life defending freedom in America.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay, you're probably wondering why you're here at CPAC, where you've listened to the most important and powerful people in the country and the most important people in the world, the people who are going to be governors and presidents and everything else. And now we have the Prime Minister of North Macedonia. And you're probably scratching your heads and thinking, really? Who? Why? How? So I want to put you on the spot, Mr. Prime Minister, and ask you, give us a little history of Macedonia. And why is it important? And in the America First era, why does it matter to America?
First of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm thrilled to be with you today. My country is a small country at the heart of the Balkans, which is a bit of door of Europe, southeastern door of Europe. And it's very, very important, especially because of one issue which was very popular a couple of years ago, and now it's very, very aligned with the new President Trump's administration politics, immigration, because we were at the front line fighting against the illegal migration, and we were protecting Europe from illegal migrants. But that is not the only reason why we should talk about my homeland, because Macedonian people are very traditional people. They love their families. We are maybe small, but Macedonian community here in the United States is a very important part of the life, and I know that they supported President Trump during the elections. They are conservatives, and they will continue to support President Trump, of course.
Yeah. Isn't it great to hear about a European country that likes and supports President Trump? Feels pretty good.
And also maybe one very important thing to rise now. We were elected as a new government by a vast majority of our citizens 8 months ago. And
I want to point out, yours is a multi-ethnic country.
Yes,
Muslims, you have Christians.
Yes, we are a multi-ethnic country. Huge majority, about 2/3 are Macedonians, 1/3 are the others, Albanians, Serbs, Turks, Vlachs, Bosniaks, and the others. But 2/3 are Macedonians. And also, I said, a lot of Macedonians are living here in the States, in Canada, in Australia. We have a big diaspora abroad, which is with the equal number that is living at the homeland. So that's why my country is very important.
So there are 2 million Macedonians in Macedonia and 2 million Macedonians
abroad.
here. Abroad.
Also, my country is very, very important because there is one nice lake called Ohrid Lake. Okay. And lake as a lake maybe is not that important for this conversation. But when we are talking about Ohrid Lake, we have to know two things. First one, that is the oldest lake in Europe, and that the first university in Europe was founded at the Ohrid Lake, called St. Cyril and Methodius University. Very important, and that might be very attractive for the United States tourists to visit Balkans, to visit my country, and to visit Ohrid Lake. That's why I consider this as an open invitation.
So the Prime Minister is now the Culture Minister and the Tourism Minister as well, as you can tell. Actually, I went to Oxford. Isn't Oxford older?
No.
Oh, I thought I'd like to hear that.
St. Cyril Methodius University is much more older.
Okay, all right. I'll give you that one. Look, one of the reasons that the Balkans is important, so North Macedonia is in the middle of the Balkans. The Balkans is where a lot of world wars have started from. As you said, it's ethnically, religiously, it's complicated. Macedonia, you guys get it right, but a lot of the other countries in the region do not. One of the things that's happened in the last several years is the Chinese are all over the Baltics. The Chinese have decided about 20 years ago that they were going to establish a Eurasian trade route. It's called One Belt, One Road, and that they were going to link Europe with Asia by sea and by land, and that China was going to control this trade route. You're in the middle of this trade route, so explain to me how it works. What are the Chinese doing? How are they trying to get into the Balkans? How are they trying to get into your country? And what kind of success or failure have they been met with?
Yes, you're absolutely right when you're talking about Chinese so-called invasion, economical invasion of that part of Europe. Of course, we are under the heavy financial pressure that is coming from that country. But the only puzzle which they are missing in their economical mosaic is exactly my country. Why? My country is a natural intersector of two very important pan-European corridors, Corridor 8 and Corridor 10. Corridor 10, connecting South Europe, practically Greece, and ports from Greece with the Central Europe and with the Western Europe. And Corridor 8 is connecting, and Corridor 8 is the second most important corridor for NATO, is connecting Black Sea with the Adriatic Sea. Practically both corridors are intersecting at the territory of my homeland. And this is, yes, like that. And the only puzzle which is missing for this Asian giant is territory of my country. Since we are strategic partners with the United States, I would be very keen to welcome as much as possible, let's say, investors, and American businesses are already present in my country, which will be a big competition to these Asian giant companies that are already present in the region. Therefore, my country, my homeland, is of big importance for the United States, not only for the region, but for Europe as well.
That's great, but you quickly went over, but I want to get into a little bit more detail. You talked about the strategic partnership that you have with the United States. You also talked about, you're really in alignment with at least the Trump administration and the new wave that's going through America, and you're really alone in Europe when you're doing that. Last week, at the Munich Security Conference, I'm sure you may not know the name of it, but you remember Vice President Vance went to Europe last week, and he stood up before all the European leaders, the NATO leaders, the European leaders, all the guys in the generals, and he stood up, and everyone assumed that he was going to talk about NATO, about to the European and Canadian allies, spend more of your money, your fair share on NATO, or he was going to talk about Ukraine. He did not. He talked about cultural issues. And as I'm watching Vice President Vance, I see you in the front row, and you're the only guy going like that, and all the other ones are like, really, and then most of them walked out. So, talk to us about that. You know, from Vice President Vance said things that were kind of, you're not supposed to talk about, but he did. And he did it in a very straightforward and polite way, where he talked about our shared values and how the Europeans are committing cultural suicide, that they're giving up free speech, they're giving up freedom of religion. Tell me how it feels like to be Macedonia supporting, you know, Donald Trump policies, even before Donald Trump was president, in the middle of a Europe that seems changing before our very eyes.
I mean, that was, for me, historical event. And according to my humble opinion, I'm not saying that I'm right. Maybe some of the European politicians will be angry at me. That was a very inspiring speech.
Good for you.
And I was not at the front line, I was in the second row.
Yeah, but you were the only guy applauding. I want to point out, the only guy going like that.
Yes, but what is important that after the speech, some of the audience criticized the speech, and some of the audience said that that was a bit of interference into the domestic issues of sovereign countries, because Vice President J.D. Vance flagged a lot of examples which are not good and which are not aligned with the freedom of speech, with the democracy values, with at least common shared values. And I will say it again, I think that he was right. Then, 2 days afterwards, I had a panel as well. Mm-hmm. Not like here, 20 minutes. I've got maybe 4 minutes to say something about my impression, not about the speech, but about the Munich Security Conference. Mm-hmm. And I said that really that was historical one with a lot of frank and straightforward talks. And I think that really this year was extremely fruitful and successfully organized conference. But what I said, I don't know whether the American people know that since the very beginning of our independence from former Yugoslav Federation, we had 2 strategic milestones. First one was to become a full-fledged member of NATO, mm-hmm. and the second one was, and is, to become full-fledged member of EU, European Union. We've become a member of NATO, but prior to become a member of NATO, we changed our flag, we changed our currency, we changed our constitution, and we changed our name because some of our neighbors become a member of NATO prior to us, and they used or misused tool of veto to solve bilateral demands. If this is not interference into the domestic issues, then what is it? What we are talking about? So, if we are talking about double standards, and if we are talking about double standards that affects on the lives of humans, then it's not good. Then it's not good. Then we have to be honest and we have to talk directly and straightforward. If we ignore those type of events that occurred in the past and that is still occurring, for example, now we are not able to become a member of EU because now we again have additional hurdle to change our constitution again. If constitution is not internal issue of sovereign country, then I'm wondering what is it? And we've been asked to change our constitution again. Is it not fair? Is it not fair? And when we are criticizing, when someone is criticizing the speech, which was according to my humble opinion, again, I will say, very inspiring, then should point the finger to themselves and to see what they are doing. This is not fair. This is not fair for the small country which wants to become a part of the EU. And the EU values are everything but not bilateralization of EU accession process.
I also want to point out that, as the Prime Minister said, that they had to wait a long time to get into NATO. And as one of the things that President Trump has talked about time and time and time again about NATO is that they want American money, They want American participation, but they're not willing to pay. They're not willing to pay their fair share. And I do want to point out that your country, small as it is contributing one of the biggest contributions per capita to NATO. So thank you very much.
We are above 2%. We are completely aligned and supporting President Trump's politics. And I think that 2% should be floor, not ceiling.
I think President Trump, if he's listening to this, will be thrilled to hear that. The other thing that I think he'll be very thrilled to hear is, you know, one of the big issues in Europe right now, well, one of the big issues in the world is energy production. And when President Trump talks about energy dominance, you know, doesn't say energy independence, he says energy dominance, says drill, baby, drill. What he means is the United States now has the ability, with our own natural resources, to get oil and natural gas. We have more of it than anybody else in the world. We can become the world's energy supplier, just us alone. We can replace Russia, replace the Middle East. We would be the dominant energy supplier to the world, and we would set the price at a very low price, which works for us, doesn't work for anybody else. You're a key part of this equation.
Yes.
Because if the United States exports liquefied natural gas, which we have in abundance, cheap, safe, wonderful, and it can go to Europe, it changes the entire strategic equation of Europe and really of the world. So explain to me very quickly how you're going to do that for us.
That equation now is missing pipeline that is crossing over my country. Mm-hmm. And we are building that pipeline now. Practically, we are building our southern interconnector with Greece.
That's great.
We will start building northern interconnector with Serbia, and practically using the Alexandropoli terminal. American gas will be super big competition of existing pipeline, which is called South Stream. Maybe you are aware about Nord Stream, but no one is talking about South Stream, which is not on the top of Europe, which is on the bottom of the Europe. And there is flowing Russian gas. So American gas through this pipeline, which will cross over my country, will be a super big competition of the Russian gas to the Central Europe and to the Western Europe. That's why we are very important. And that's why we are strategic partners.
So you may have walked into here wondering, what am I going to listen to somebody talk about North Macedonia? I can't even find it on a map. Now you realize it is in fact one of America's great allies and doing great things with us. So thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you for the invitation, and God bless American and Macedonian people.
Thank you.
A video released this week by ADF International has attracted over 34 million views and even attracted comment from Elon Musk. It concerned a pair of Swiss parents who have had their child taken away from them because they objected to her gender transition.
We're not just here to stop the erosion of liberty for this moment alone. We are here to keep the door open for the gospel. And when the gospel does its work, truth doesn't just hold its ground. It advances. It sets people free for generations to come. This is our mission at Alliance Defending Freedom.
During my second term, we will fight for Alaska like never before.
I'm excited about what we can do with President Trump in the office.
We're going to work together to provide affordable energy to Alaska and allies all over the world.
More investment, more certainty, production, more exploration.
Thank you to everyone in Alaska, and thank you to your great governor. I look forward to a long and enduring future relationship. Drill, baby, drill.
Still under construction, but already the biggest news station in Poland. The only international TV station that interviewed Donald J. Trump.
I'd like to say hello to the Polish people.
Poland's leftist government wants to destroy us, but we are not backing down. We're building conservative, English-speaking European news station. Join the movement. Support the revolution.
Make Europe great again.
This is Republica, the home of free speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome journalist and host of the Megyn Kelly Show, Megyn Kelly.
Hey! Hi! Hey guys! How's everybody doing? Oh, it's so great to see all of you. Hello, CPAC. Love you. Appreciate it, guys. Gosh, you guys have been out there all day. God, this is amazing. I have to tell you, especially now that I do my own show in my own studio, I don't get out enough. And it's wonderful to actually get out there and see the people and actually glad hand with people who watch the show. Yes, it can be like a little heady because you're like people at an event like this, they come over, they say the nicest things. And you can almost be in danger of getting a little too drunk on your own wine. Like, wow. Oh God, I think you meant JD Vance. I think that's what you're, JD, he's 48. So yeah, 49. So you can start to get a little drunk on your own wine. However, the good thing is God is always there to balance things out for you. God or my mom. And bring it down a peg when you need it. And this reminds me of the inauguration just last month. I went with so many great people they were loving Trump. They were loving just the rebirth of our nation. And this one guy came over to me and he was so excited to see me. And he was like, oh my God, I can't believe it's you. Can I please have a picture with you? I'm like, oh, of course, I'd be happy to. Took a selfie. He's like, I'm sending this to my mom. She's never going to believe this. I'm like, oh, I think I'm a pretty big deal. I'm like really making an impression on this man. And he walks away and we hear him say, I can't believe I just met Carrie Underwood. So thank you, God. I appreciate that. It's important to remember who you are and who you definitely are not. But it was kind of a compliment either way. Anyway, speaking of big names you definitely will know, have you heard about what's happening with the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni case? All right, I'm just going to walk because I actually held that. Can you hear me okay like this? Okay. Okay. Are you obsessed with this case? All right. There are millions of people who are obsessed with this case. I'm going to give you a little background on it, and then you will be obsessed with it. And I'll tell you, there's a reason why conservatives in particular are following this so closely. It makes sense to me. All right. So you know who Blake Lively is, right? Most people know her. Yeah. See, the people who are booing, they know. Then there's this guy, Justin Baldoni, who's not as well known. And they've been following the story. So he optioned this book called It Ends With Us, and it's about domestic violence. And he managed to get Blake Lively to star in his movie across from him. He played the abusive guy and she played the woman. And this is the thrill of a lifetime for this guy. He had done another TV project, but nobody knows who he is. So he gets Blake Lively. She's married to Ryan Reynolds. These are Hollywood A-listers. He's going to put him on the map. And she agrees to be his female co-star. Great, they're off to the races. Well, shortly into production, Blake Lively is very dissatisfied with virtually everything around her and decides to allege that Justin Baldoni, very effeminate, evolved, modern feminist man bun kind of guy, is like this virulent sexual harasser who can't stop harassing one of the biggest stars in Hollywood in front of everybody on the set. I've got questions. I'm not sure why he would do that, whether he'd have the guts to do that, or whether the man bun is the most likely harasser in general. But you never know. Sometimes the ones who kind of bend over backward to be as woke as possible are the most, so okay, I'm open-minded about it. This is going someplace. You trust me. I'll get us there. So she says he's been harassing her, and they bring in some team, and he says, whatever you want, I will do it or not do it. You tell me. So they go forward. Well, we move forward in the story, and she's got to go do PR for the film. And she goes out this past summer, and she had about 2 minutes of bad PR. The problem for Blake Lively, in my opinion, is that she does not improve upon acquaintance. And so the more time we got to spend with Blake Lively, the less we liked her, the more her promotional efforts for a film about domestic violence felt off. She was full of giggles and laughter and wanted to promote her liquor brand. Nothing says domestic violence, like a bottle of tequila. What? So it felt weird, and she started to get hit by some of the media for being insensitive. Then this one reporter re-upped a video in which she interviewed a then 8-month pregnant Blake, and kicked off the interview as you would do as a journalist if there's something obviously different about somebody physically by saying, "Oh, you have such a cute baby bump." And Blake was taken aback, even though it was obvious, and said, "Oh, so do you." The reporter was not pregnant. It was a nasty jibe at her for no reason. So normal people at home who don't care about this woman at all are looking at her like, I don't like her. She seems like a bully. She seems like somebody who punches down to somebody who's only trying to do something nice for her. So negative press swirled around her during this whole, like a month, right? Later, she would describe this as though it was the pile-on against Trump. Honestly, it's like most of us, especially in Republican politics or the news, this is called Tuesday for us. It's like, grow up. You're in the public eye. You've got probably hundreds of millions thanks to your husband. Just shut up. No one cares that you got a couple of bad articles about you in the Daily Mail. She winds up suing Justin Baldoni. She files a complaint with the Human Rights Commission out in California saying he sexually harassed me and then he retaliated me by pushing all this bad press about me. He was behind it because I found his agent, his PR agent's nasty text saying, we can ruin her. If we have to ruin her, we will. And those texts do exist. And Blake Lively went to the New York Times, and the New York Times wrote this sympathetic, poor Blake Lively story. Oh, we were all wrong about her and her weird PR. She's actually a good person and a Me Too victim. And then Justin Baldoni did something very smart. He hired the lawyer who represented me in my fight with NBC News, which ended well. His name is Brian Friedman, and he's a legal genius. Highly recommend if you ever, God forbid. And Brian Friedman knows how to fight back against a bully. Trust me. And he started telling everybody Justin Baldoni's side. He told us that Justin Baldoni denied those claims of sexual harassment and only tried to appease Blake Lively because she was such a high-maintenance diva bully brat. He had to bend over backwards just to get her to shut up and complete the film. He told us that Justin Baldoni claims she tried to take over his movie because she has a history of saying, okay, I'll be the star, but what I secretly want to do is direct it and edit it and produce it. I want all the roles for me and only me. I want full control because I am a controlling bully. That Justin Baldoni, ultimately, by the time they got to the premiere, was mandated by Blake Lively to spend the night in the basement away from his co-stars and didn't even get to see the final cut of his own movie because Blake Lively insisted that she be the one to approve it until he watched it on the screen with his editors, who also hadn't seen it because her editors finished it up. That's the situation he says he was in. So it's a real he said, she said. Who's telling the truth? Is he some creep harasser who took a shot at somebody like Blake, jeopardizing his movie and his future career? Or is she just extremely high maintenance and someone who plays the victim when she doesn't get her way? Well, I've got my opinion, and I think you can guess what it is based on our little discussion here. The other thing is Brian Friedman produced text messages between Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. So we don't have to take his side's word for it. And what they showed is that Blake Lively has got a bit of a God complex. She's texting Justin Baldoni about how she sees herself as Khaleesi from Game of Thrones, mother of dragons. Did you watch that? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So Khaleesi is stunningly beautiful. She's this effervescent, strong character with temerity and resilience, and she's fierce. She's literally the mother of dragons in Game of Thrones. That's her. That's me. That's Blake. And she says, and I've got the greatest dragons on earth, Ryan Reynolds, and my best friend, who is Taylor Swift, though she's not named or they blacked it out. So she's telling him, I'm mother of dragons, and my dragons will cut a bitch. And my dragons are named Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively. So the message is pretty clear. Like, okay, she's a powerful person with powerful friends. And she's got a bit of a God complex. All right, now we get into litigation. She files her human rights campaign. The movie comes out. It does all right. He's in the basement for the premiere. And he hires Brian Friedman and countersues her and the New York Times for $400 million, claiming this is a massive defamation. Okay? drags Ryan Reynolds into it as well. And now we're off to the races. And where do things stand now as a result of all this? As a result of Blake Lively apparently wanting control of a movie she did not control, wanting to get the camel's nose under the tent as an actress and then take over the entire production, mission creep on steroids, and was shocked when Justin Baldoni did not want her to do those extra things. And then when it all blows up, lawsuits and cross lawsuits, and Blake Lively, who I believe thought she would be received or perceived as an Alyssa Milano or Ashley Judd Me Too victim, is instead looking a lot more like Amber Heard. How did that work out? Bad move. And honestly, to me, the lesson is, A, be a good person. But B, if you're a Hollywood star or any sort of a public figure, would you just please take your licks in the press and shut up about it? People have real problems. They don't give two craps that you had a couple of negative articles written about you in the Daily Mail. And in her complaint, the thing she's bitching about is that this terrible PR campaign that was opened up against her hurt sales of her liquor brand and her hair care products. Oh my God. Right? Like, while this is going on, inflation's like at 9%. Get a grip. Okay. So it was a terrible idea. They shouldn't have done any of this, but I think the reason that conservatives are so interested in this is a couple of fold. Number one, you seem to be watching the unwrapping of a public figure, like this, the unspooling. You know you've caught someone in what you believe is a lie. That's how I feel. And it's amazing to see it told and to kind of gone down the lane like, okay, maybe, here we go. Oh, wow, because Baldoni's released these text messages. She says he inappropriately smelled my neck when we were doing a scene. Then you see the scene. They're dancing, they're caressing, they're making out. It's like, but the neck thing was too much when he smelled it? Like, all right. They went into my trailer when I was breastfeeding my baby. You're like, that's disgusting. What's wrong with these people? Then you see his text message where she says, come on over to my trailer. I'm breastfeeding baby, but it's fine. Yeah, she says his weird producing partner showed me porn. I'm like, these people are freaks. Then you see what he actually says he showed her, the producing partner, which was she was filming a birth scene in the movie, and it was a still shot of a water birth his wife had at home. You can't see anything X-rated. It's a PG photo. You can't see anything at all. It's like artistic. It made me wish I had a water birth. All right, so you wind up kind of feeling a little bitter. And this is where we come in. Because everyone in this room, because you're here, I know this about you, you've been gaslit to high heaven every time you've picked up a newspaper in the United States. Every time you've turned on CNN. You've been lied to. You've been bullied or seen others with lesser power bullied by the media and the leftist Democrats. You have been the victim of overbearing and controlling leftists who think they are the final arbiters of what's best for you and your life. And it's wonderful to see someone fighting back, right? She's become like an avatar for leftist overreach in a different, special way. I really believe this is why so many people on the right are kind of into this story. Just kind of want to see how it ends. Will it end as it ended for us on November 5th? Because we were pretty happy with how that went, right? Or is it going to be something else? I mean, only time will tell. But it's bringing up like room to explore the past 10 years that we've all been through, and how, Trump put a period at the end of it, we hope, or at least the beginnings of the end, by winning. So the bully thing. What was one of the biggest stories this past year? Daniel Penny, right? You guys know who that is. Daniel Penny stood up for others on the New York City subway when there was a crazed man who was out of his mind on drugs threatening to kill people, and got him in a chokehold, and the man ultimately later passed, and he got charged by that insane crank, Alvin Bragg, and had to defend himself against criminal charges. Yes, boo, he deserves it. So Daniel Penny got bullied by Alvin Bragg and the media, which did not stand up for him either. There was Nick Sandmann. Remember him? Look, I love how you guys know these names. You're my people. Nick Sandmann goes out there in front of the Supreme Court to stand up for life, and CNN portrays him as this villain, as this smirking, crappy, arrogant villain. Look at him, and he's sneering at a Native American who's just there minding his own business. Totally the opposite. Totally opposite. Nick Salmon was standing there respectfully while he was being antagonized by the Native American who was dancing aggressively in his face and getting up on him and mocking him. That's why CNN had to pay him in a defamation case. That was settled. Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse tried to do what the Biden administration would not, and go to Wisconsin and actually protect the neighboring town. It did not go well. He wound up shooting 3 guys. He was acquitted on all charges ultimately. But before we knew much at all about that case, Joe Biden got out there as he was running for president. This happened prior to Biden taking over. As he was running for president, and called Kyle Rittenhouse a white supremacist. There was zero evidence of this. The kid was 18 years old. He's got the possible next, at that point possible, ultimately yes, president of the United States telling everyone he's a white supremacist, something for which he never apologized, Joe Biden. There was no evidence of that, none. So the left likes to bully people who are weak. He's a kid. Now he's on trial for triple homicide in one case, and you think it's a great time to pile on him publicly as the possible next president? There's something wrong with that. Something's off about a guy in a party that does it and supports it. And so the bully nature of the left has been on full display, as has its controlling nature. They want to tell us what we can eat. They want to tell us what we can drink. They want to tell us how fast the water can come out of our showers, what we can drive, what we can put in the tank, what we can turn on our stove with. I mean, it's over the top. What we can think, what we can feel, where we can pray, what we have to put in our arms, what we have to put in our children's arms, our babies' arms. It's a lot. They seem to be really drunk on their power. And we have to encounter this at every turn. And then we see that same camel's nose thing. Under the tent, you give them a little, and then they start exploiting it and taking it too far. May I remind you of a little thing called USAID? Right? There's a poll. I actually, you guys are going to talk to Caroline Levitt in a bit. I interviewed her for my show today. And we were talking about the CNN poll. It shows Trump's approval numbers. They fell a couple points since he took office because he's doing things that the left may or may not like. And his numbers were kind of down on the closure of USAID. Okay, well, let's look at the crosstab. How did they ask it? It was like, do you support Trump's decision to close the agency that is helping those suffering abroad in humanitarian crises? Right? Like, would you like the children to die as a result of what Trump did? Yes or no? It doesn't say, do you support helping African people prevent HIV/AIDS? Virtually every American would say, yes, we can spend some money on that. Yes, we do. And also, then we will take that money and we will divert it for trans operas in Colombia. Who the hell said yes to that? We literally spent $70,000 on DEI dance in Ireland. They already have Riverdance. I stole that from the Ruthless fellas. But it's ridiculous. It's too much. It's overreach. And then, inevitably, when you call them out on the nonsense, right, when you send Elon in there with Doge and the Doge tech guys and they start kicking the tires, they play the victim, just like Blake Lively. How dare you? I am subjected to all these stories, right? You're subjected to the stories because you did something wrong, and that's the way the media and the world works, and because you deserve it. So we're tired of their games. The games are outdated. The tactics are outdated. They're old and they're tired. And speaking of the Associated Press, the media. The media's days of pretending they are holier than thou are over. President Trump kicked them out, not of the White House press briefing room, but kicked them out of the Oval and out of the Air Force One seat they had because they refused to call it Gulf of America. Now, this is interesting because AP is an American company. They say we have to do it because we report in international countries. The people of Ghana are going to be upset if you start reporting on it as, folks in Somalia are really going to get upset. You're an American company. You're incorporated here. You're headquartered in New York. This is a stick in the eye of the president and nothing more. It's obvious. Trump knows it, and so do we. And the thing about the AP is they love word changes, name changes. They live for this crap. Just as soon as they were told they have to call girls who transition to boys, they did it. Boys who transition to girls, they did it. They went with the pronouns, the whole thing. You can't even read an AP story about some trans thing without leaving utterly confused. Now there's no more somebody born male or somebody born female. It's assigned male at birth, assigned female at birth, like it was a sin committed by the doctor, and it still is very ambiguous. They love that name change. They did it right away. Illegal immigrants, we don't have those anymore if you read the AP. They got rid of that term. It's too offensive. Now you have to say undocumented immigrant. What does that mean? An illegal immigrant makes sense to everybody. Now undocumented, that's what, they got rid of the term crisis at the southern border when Joe Biden was president. Could no longer say crisis. As soon as the numbers hit 100,000 a month, the word crisis kept appearing. Not in the AP, we don't do that. That's not okay. Even though Jay Johnson, Obama's Homeland Security Secretary, said it's a crisis if you have 30,000 in a month. This time under Biden, it was 100,000. AP gets rid of the word crisis and didn't bring it back even when we had 300,000 crossing a month. Forgot that word. They won't say terrorist when they're talking about Islamic terrorists. All of these word changes they're totally in favor of, but Gulf of America is a bridge too far. So look, I'll leave you with this. Blake Lively had a point on one thing. Her time as the Hollywood it girl. The days of the left bullying and controlling us without much pushback. The days of the media pretending to be objective and independent and demanding to be left be owned. It really does end with us. And not a moment too soon. Thank you all for listening. Thanks for being here. God bless you, and God bless America. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Prime Minister of Slovakia, Robert Fico.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate very much the opportunity to address you. I am the
have the results for you very soon. Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
Puts a very bright light on the two-tiered system of justice that only seems to go after President Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination. He was very clear. If you hit your target, you are golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job. He's a very inquisitive person who loves to talk about the economy.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
Being woke is easy when it was just a call to defund the police or end capitalism, right? It's a little different when your fellow ideologues start cheering for your beheading. And here's a question. This next video, does this look like London to you? The pro-Hamas protests making for a very interesting political moment at Harvard. A university recently ranked the worst school for free speech in America. What would Harvard do in a moment like this, we all wondered? A school that will expel you for using the wrong pronoun and making a pink-haired trans girl cry. Well, in this moment, Harvard just miraculously transformed into free speech absolution. Apparently at Harvard, there's nothing offensive at all, even though everything's offensive at Harvard. There's nothing offensive at all about celebrating the murder of 1,000 people, including a whole bunch of kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, a conversation with Executive Director, Foundation for Freedom Online, Mike Benz, and CPAC Chairman, Matt Schlapp.
They like you, Mike. They like you more. I don't think so.
Yeah, great to see you.
So, we get to talk to a lot of really interesting people on this stage, but nobody more important than you. Thank you for all your work, your courage. I've watched some of your videos in the early morning just saying, what the hell they've been doing to us? They've hit us every which way but loose, a bunch of dirty tricks. Today, things are different.
Well, today we're hitting back.
Yeah, we're hitting back.
And, we were talking backstage. The wind has never been more at our sails. In 1 month, more has been done to reform these rogue agencies than has been done in a century of variously virtuous things, but malfeasance that was never really accounted for or redressed. And in my wildest dreams, I could not have imagined a first 30 days bigger, bolder, and more historic than the time we're living in now.
Yeah, I agree. By the way, I want to tell the ushers, these red seats, if anybody wants to move forward and sit in them, you're welcome to. You have my permission. I only have a few prerogatives, when paying the bills, and that's one of them. I get to fill seats. But Mike, so this USAID Doge thing, I was cynical. I didn't know kind of how this would work. I was thinking that the swamp would fight back. This has sent a lightning bolt around the globe like nothing I ever could have anticipated. Am I wrong?
No, you're totally right. It's, this is the joke I always tell on this, is that it's what they tell you to do your first day in prison, is you walk up to the biggest, baddest, guy on your cell block and you punch him straight in the nose, and that sends the message, even if they're going to attack you back, that you're not someone to mess with. And this is what happened with USAID, and I think they never saw it coming. This is a $44 billion annual slush fund that has been fully weaponized against the American people. we have these democracy promotion programs that define our own elected government as a threat to democracy. At some point, we had two choices. Either you keep USAID or you create a new USAID to stop the actions that the previous one was doing. And so now, under the gun of their funding being cut and the entire ecosystem being cut, they're finally being brought to the negotiating table. And frankly, many of them are groveling on their knees.
And the left-wing media is talking about how psychologically difficult it is for these federal employees because they have to do things like go to work. They might have to tell their boss what they're doing. They might not be able to engage in coups and stuff in other countries with this funding. A tiny little violin. Now let me give you the other side. For those of us who've been the victims of psychological warfare, as Dr. Malone would say in his great new book, this PSYOP of misinformation, destruction, I think a lot of us are psychologically damaged. I'm not saying that because we're wimpy, or we're psychologically damaged by all this work that the government colluding with these media companies have done. Is that overdramatic?
I actually think that's right, but the other side of that is what they call, when they run these psychological operations, they call them psychological resilience, which is this idea that you need to build up an inoculation against psychologically. And I actually think that's where we are right now. There are a lot of harsh realities that are dawning on the American people with the veil of covert operations and quasi-overt, USAID, covert activity cloaked under NGO work. But the fact is I think it's been an incredibly responsible response from the American people. I think that, most, in ancient civilizations were they to hear about this, it would be a lot more drastic action than the simple defunding. But the fact is...
What, a beheading? What are you trying to say?
Pro-democracy wellspring. We would liberate this country. But the fact is this is all being done in accordance with rule of law. It's all being done with incredibly immaculate technical implementation from Elon Musk and Doge. It's being done with vision and foresight from the White House. I've been incredibly impressed. J.D. Vance, the shot heard across Europe. And frankly, around the world. We've really assembled an all-star team, and there are almost no weak links in the chain. And I think the fact that we are all so united in this moment, the fact that the coalition is so broad, has made it really hard for opposition to actually find a surface area of attack. And I think with they weren't wrong to call it shock and awe with all the dramatic action that's happening right now. So they're now being sequestered, losing the court of public opinion, losing their censorship capabilities.
Losing some donors.
Losing donors and losing a weaponized Justice Department that was always their fail-safe in case anyone got too brave. All they're left with now are New York judges.
So we ask ourselves this all the time, which was you have a conference, which is important to have a good conference. And by the way, you honor us with your presence. Thanks for being here. Don't you love this guy or what? He's amazing. Yep. I was kind of pinching myself yesterday as I saw the president of Argentina walk down that thing with that big, super badass chainsaw, chromed out. By the way, I got a tour of the chainsaw. It had a replica of the planet Mars on the throttle. Pretty cool. And so Malay's walking down. Elon Musk is there in his iconic, crazy-looking glasses. And then I saw the the X action and everything else online. What kind of psychological impact does something like that have on the bad guys?
Well, I think the symbolism of the chainsaw does not leave much room for nuance and subtlety. But it's preceded by the President of the United States with a giant samurai sword. So, I think that we are in a period of radical reform. We are totally restructuring rogue institutions that have gotten so corrupted, and they now face the choice of reform or termination. And I think as more and more of these see what happened to USAID, what may be happening to other agencies as soon as this week, perhaps, the ones that remain will understand that if they want to continue to exist as American institutions who have earned our trust, they have to reform. And people, we live life cycles where, we're all mortal. We live, we die. Institutions can pretend that they live until infinity. There's no moment that an institution like USAID peacefully sunsets. And so they can get away with rogue activity until the moment they're confronted by a population who will hold them accountable, by a brave executive branch who will do the same. And so it's taken this much, and these abuses have been chronicled by scholars and academics and media institutions for a century now. And it took until this moment and Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Matt Schlapp and consensus building organizations and institutions and events like this that have held the line and have given us a forum to all come together and show the world we are completely united and nothing is going to stop us now.
So I'm trying to read between the lines here. Are you saying that the combination of all these amazing people, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard, all these amazing people that are stepping up and being brave, I'd like to add Kash Patel to that list, Pam Bondi. Are you saying that if we get the first couple of steps right, that the bad guys will realize we're not going to stop and they'll actually start changing their behavior rather quickly? Or is that kind of like Lucy with the football and they're going to kind of hide, wait, and go right back to being bad, and we got to just kind of mow through the whole agency after agency and move on from there?
To be clear, this struggle is not going to end in our lifetimes. No matter how many successes we get in 4 years, the institutional interests are too deeply entrenched. The money on the line is too great for many of these institutions and donors to feel like they would lose if they had to actually do what the American people voted for. But the fact is they can be, many of them the worst excesses can be excised, and the remainder can be brought to the negotiating table. But at this point, one of the main concerns is the international picture. The MAGA movement started as a nationalist movement, but the international picture from USAID and the rogue activities of the former State Department and intelligence community, they're one thing. But here at this conference, we've seen heads of state and people from almost all populated continents coming to this conference to say that we are together, and the opposition is going to be doing the same on the other side. The censors in exile will be running to Europe, and the in-power governments with the UK Labour Party and in France, they will be forming a coalition to try to use the weaponized powers of foreign governments that they have lost over our Justice Department and our regulatory bodies here, which is why it is so important that this unity movement is international and takes that international lens, because one of my concerns is that while they've lost their grip over the Justice Department and potentially may lose that over the NGOs, the European Union, governments in Brazil, governments in Central Asia and Central and Eastern Europe will all try to band together. You ever see that meme of a minnow and a shark, and then the minnows all get together and they look bigger than the shark? And that's where we are right now. And the thing to watch for is what happens when the sharks all join together to form this super shark. And I think that's what we're seeing now with the forces against places like Slovakia and Hungary and the forces trying to destabilize their governments, as well as what's happening in the UK with people being, when they're rising to power, they get arrested for clicking the like button on a tweet. But we have to bring the whole world up with us.
Yeah, that's right. And so I guess that would be my final question, which is, I don't know if we should all feel so happy and joyful. They said they had joy. By the way, I've never met a joyful communist ever, except for the guy who's in charge. They usually have at least some degree of pleasure. I don't know if it's joy.
Matt, I would say sometime between 10 p.m. and midnight when they start drinking. That's when you start
that's
seeing.
right. Now that's called numbing. That's not really joy. But so I guess the question I'd have for you is, the more you read, the more you can get awfully depressed. The more you know, the more you realize this has been a giant struggle that you said for 100 years could go on 100 years. Yep. For a while here, I thought I didn't know if we'd have 100 years left because I thought they had folded up their pup tents. You talk about all these people here from overseas. You can't walk down these hallways without hearing all these accents, right? People from all these countries, people who felt so desperate in their own countries. And then Trump wins, which is your guys' win too, because you did a lot of the work. My perception is a lot of powerful people around the world are permanently turning away from a leftward drift and embracing this idea that you can be for freedom and be politically successful. Right. And there's a great political benefit to exposing all of this corruption, all of this propaganda, all of this lying. Is that too optimistic? Or do you think it's where we are?
I think that's exactly where things are heading. I've heard the same thing, and I think everyone is inspired. Just as you said, I think we really were on the brink of losing it all, and maybe forever. And a lot of countries under the thumb of authoritarian rule, or that are being rolled up by their own versions of their Justice Department, or tarnished by co-opted press, or censored into oblivion, they feel as hopeless as the American people felt 6 months ago, 4 months ago. And, it's just like the symbol of the chainsaw and the samurai sword. There's something very powerful to the difference between prison and president, the difference between this and this being life or death.
The millimeter miracle.
The millimeter miracle. It's a literal shot across the bow.
So we're hearing optimism from you. I like it.
If I may defend myself.
I wanted to give you one more shot to really clarify things.
Vigilance is eternal on this. Take a vacation if you feel you need to. Drink your champagne. If you're an Eagles fan, do a little touchdown dance. But then get right back to work.
Get right back to work. Are we going to do that? Are we going to get right back to work? Thank you, Mike. Thanks for being with us. We appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks, Mike.
Okay. All right, let's hear it for Caroline Levitt.
Thank you.
Thank you. She's going to be doing the White House press briefing from the CPAC stage, right? No news. Sorry, guys. No way. All right. It's so great to have you here. Okay, so is this your first time at CPAC?
This is not my first time at CPAC. In fact, last year when I was at CPAC, we were on the campaign trail with President Trump.
Yep.
I was doing Media Row, and I was pregnant with my child. I was wearing this big blazer, and now I have a 7-month-old baby, and we're at the White House. So it's been a good year.
Well, for me, it's an honor to be with you and be able to interview you. I do feel like you're kind of like my kid's sister. And I do know that blondes have more fun because my younger sister is also blonde. But, I got to ask you, we're 31 days into this administration, this historic Trump administration. What's the president's mood?
Jubilant, excited, exhilarated, and defiant. And the president is not backing down. We've seen judges in courts acting like judicial activists. We have Democrats who are hooting and hollering outside of empty federal office buildings because we want to simply cut fraud, waste, and abuse from our federal government. And we are not going to be deterred. The president will not be deterred. He is going to continue moving forward, delivering on the promises he made. And look at 30 days, the golden age of America has begun, and we're just getting started.
All right, give an insight into, when you walk into the Oval Office, President Trump is there. He presses his button to get his Diet Coke, which is one of the coolest things. And then he sometimes will ask you, do you want one too? And so, you really don't say no. Even if you don't like Diet Coke, guys, I'm sorry, you don't say no. But,
it's true.
When he comes to you and he says, Caroline, this is what we need to say. I mean, give us an insight as to one of those instances that you can recall that you were like, wow, okay, he's really in charge. We got to get this done.
Yeah. I mean, every single day. The president, we joke.
Every single day.
He's the president of the United States. He's also the communications director of the White House because he dictates the message. He executes the agenda. One of the things I love about President Trump, and I think what makes him such a great leader, is that he's so deeply involved in every decision that is made, every speech that is written, every executive order that is signed. Where most politicians, you just hand them the script and they read it. President Trump cares about every word he is saying and every action he is taking. He's our leader.
To the point of putting the period or exclamation point, right?
Or the capitalization of a random word, that too.
Okay, that's a good one as well. But I got to ask you because, Mark Rubin, that guy, I don't know, he makes money or whatever. He said that he made that comment during the campaign about there's no strong or intelligent women around Donald Trump. Those strong and intelligent women, I think, are one of the most critical parts of the White House.
Definitely.
And how he listens to the women. Mm-hmm. Tell us about that.
Absolutely. Look at the White House and look at the exceptional cabinet that President Trump has put together. Who loves the cabinet team that President Trump has put together? It's amazing. It's amazing. And while we don't care about identity politics, you brought it up, and it's true. The president has appointed Susie Wiles, who is our first female chief of staff in United States history. Brooke Rollins heading up the secretary, she's our Secretary of Agriculture. I mean, look across the entire cabinet. There are incredible women. Linda McMahon leading the Department of Education. The list goes on. And the White House is full of working women. In fact, I was going up the staircase in the West Wing today and saw two of my female colleagues, both of whom are pregnant, having babies this year, and they're working and they're saving America because President Trump believes in the best people for the job, the brightest people for the job.
That's right. So tell us, okay, that first day, because I remember we were like, okay, it's Caroline Levitt's first press briefing. How many of you people were watching out there? So, of course, as the older sister, I'm like going, I better start praying right now. And we're both Catholic, so I'm like praying to like Mary, the saints, everybody else, Jesus. I'm like, Jesus, come on, just cover. When you walked into that White House press briefing room, now you were there beforehand as one of the press assistants, but this is different. This is like one of the most important jobs of the administration. How did you feel?
Yeah.
And what was your focus? Like, how did you know, okay, I'm ready, I mean business?
Yes. Well, there is extensive preparation that goes into each briefing, and I'm so blessed to have an amazing team at the White House who helps me prepare. I brought three of our big guns yesterday. We had Stephen Miller and Mike Waltz and Kevin Hassett join me at the podium to celebrate 1 month. And I lean on the policy experts in the building and, to figure out what is fake news versus what is truth. So a lot of preparation, a lot of reading, talking to the president to understand his thinking. And then when I got to the podium, I realized the president is delivering on everything he said he was going to do, which makes my job as his spokeswoman Easy, because I'm not working for a politician who's lying and we have to spin. I'm working for a man who said things and he's delivering on those things every day.
Now, I remember, because I worked in the first administration, and the press secretary at the time, I was a strategic communications senior advisor for President Trump, and our press secretary at the time was now Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who will be on stage with me tomorrow. But I remember those exchanges between Sarah and this guy, let me remember his name, wait a second. The CNN guy, Jim Acosta? Oh, wait, he's not on CNN anymore. That's right. He was like, it was just so, I would say, you don't mind the aggressive questions, you take the aggressive questions, but it was just always to the point that it was like, how do you destroy Donald Trump? How do you destroy the individuals of staff? It was so, when they do say Trump derangement syndrome, and I do think that there's also Elon Musk derangement syndrome happening too with the media, because they don't know how to handle it. How do you view that differently from the first administration till now? Because it was a lot of dealing with Russian hoax at the beginning, special counsels. It was constant because the media was trying so hard to, and they never apologized, right? They didn't apologize about the Russian hoax. Yeah, that's right, they didn't. So this time around, it's a very different strategy that you all are taking forward. What is that strategy?
Well, first of all, since you brought up Jim Acosta, he's been saying some not so nice things about me online, and I've resisted responding, but since you brought him up, I'd like to say,
let's go.
Jim, at least I have a job, Jim, okay? Just saying. Now, moving on, as far as the strategy, we are on offense. We are on offense every single day, and the president leads from an offensive mindset. We are not going to apologize for cutting waste, fraud, and abuse from our government. We are not going to apologize for mass deporting illegal immigrant criminals who have broken our nation's laws and terrorized our communities. And we are not going to apologize for slashing regulations and undoing the disastrous policies of the previous administration. That's what the president said he was going to do. And that's what the majority of our fellow Americans want. The latest CBS poll, 70% of Americans say that President Trump is delivering on what he said he was going to do. So we're not going to apologize. We're going to keep moving ahead. And we try to bring that approach in our messaging every single day.
So I got to ask you, you're working all the time. These jobs are, when I tell you so demanding, they are so demanding. And I do feel that it is like warp speed what you're dealing with, even more so than we saw in the first administration. How do you get the strength to just get through every single day?
My faith in God, absolutely. Waking up every day and just remembering I'm blessed, and we're all blessed to live in this country and to have a president who is looking out for us every day. Family support, and our team at the White House. We really have a great team. And you talked about how the media tried to cause so much division within the White House in the first term. They're trying to do it, but I think they're failing. They are not getting away with it because we truly have such great camaraderie. And the people I work with every day, they're friends and we're together. 18 hours a day. So you gotta like who you're around. But we truly are having fun and we're getting work done. And again, the president is leading with that positive, happy warrior attitude. And it transpires to the rest of the White House every day.
And in the first administration, there were those chiefs of staffs that were trying to undermine President Trump. Susie Wiles is so impressive in terms of being able to bring order and just, I think, so much structure to what we're seeing at the White House. Your reaction?
Susie Wiles is wildly respected by every single person in that building. And she sets the tone. She sets the pace. She's like that person in your life that you'd never want to disappoint. Like, you'd never want Susie Wiles to look at you and be disappointed. Everybody just has the utmost respect for her, especially the president. And they have a great relationship, and she's done a phenomenal job. She led the most historic campaign in American history and the biggest victory on November 5th. And we're so grateful to have her at the White House.
Now, I remember when I met Caroline, she was running for Congress in New Hampshire.
Yes.
And I mean, the energy and the charisma of this young woman. How old were you at that time?
Oh, gosh. I wasn't even old enough to be in Congress when I started the campaign. I was 23 years old and turned 25 in the midst of it all.
So what lessons did you learn during that campaign? And I watched you in action to what you are able to apply that to your job today.
So many lessons. First of all, running for office was an incredible experience, and I think it helped prepare me a lot for this job. But obviously, public speaking, not being afraid, and just doubling down on your positions and your values, and grateful for the experience. Glad I lost the general election because this job is a heck of a lot more fun.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, you realize something in life and you appreciate this. God has a plan, right? God has a plan for every single one of us. And, with disappointments that come in life, then come other great opportunities and great things. Okay, so let's talk about the Gulf of America. Okay. So tell me what happened with the AP. Give me what's going on here.
So
it's just us, right? It's just us. Okay.
Well, I really would love to answer this question, but upon driving over here from the White House, I actually learned that I have been sued by the Associated Press.
Oh, that means, we cannot. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, personally?
We'll see them in court.
Wait a second. Personally?
Yes. Yes.
See, this is what these people do. It's called lawfare. You can't say it. I'll say it. It's called lawfare, people. That means I'll probably get sued in the next 30 minutes or so. Okay, keep going.
So I wanted to get the White House counsel on the phone before taking this stage to see what I can and cannot say.
I really can't say anything.
But look, we feel we are in the right in this position. And I said in my first briefing at the podium, we are going to ensure that truth and accuracy is present at that White House every single day. And one of the changes that we made, President Trump ran a non-traditional media strategy on the campaign trail, and he owned it. And he did podcasts, the Theo Vaughn podcast, the Joe Rogan podcast. He went places that no other politician has ever wanted to go, and it helped him earn votes. It helped him earn support. And we wanted to continue that approach at the White House. So we've added the new media seat in the White House briefing room.
That's been fantastic.
Thank you.
Yes.
We are inviting podcasters and influencers and independent journalists who aren't constrained by this legacy media bias to join us. They deserve the privilege of covering the President of the United States just as much as any other legacy media outlet who has spewed lies about President Trump for years.
Lies about President Trump. Lies about the people who work for President Trump, lies against people like yourselves. This is what the media, so many in the media have done. I'm not saying all of them because there are some good eggs out there for sure. But there is definitely the sense that they drove this narrative, that they pushed this leftist agenda. Didn't they forget to talk about Biden's mental decline for quite some time?
Yeah. That was a narrative that they just ignored, I guess, the cover-up of the century.
What were they doing? Sitting out there in the White House just like eating popcorn and going, yeah, why isn't he coming out to speak to us? And they didn't cover it.
And I was so glad that Stephen Miller called out the press yesterday in the briefing. I'm not sure if you guys saw that. But he said many of the people in that room covered up Biden's mental incompetence. And he is right. And if you talk to these reporters off the record, that's the worst part about it. They won't report on it, but they will tell you off the record to your face that they knew Biden was incompetent.
Yeah,
that the White House staff sometimes weren't showing up until noon. No work was being done. Nobody knew who was in charge. We all knew the truth in this room, and they tried to tell us, don't believe your lying eyes. He's, has all this energy and spirit. It was always a lie, and shame on the media for peddling it.
So there's this thing called the press pool, and they walk. So President Trump, he's in the Oval Office with all of his executive orders, the blue binders, and there they bring in the press pool, and he loves it.
Loves it.
Thrives on it. Tell me about those exchanges.
Yeah.
I just feel like the press, they're really, I don't know if they can work these 24-hour cycles of President Trump's new administration. Can they?
They're exhausted. They're exhausted.
Don't you think they should just take a vacation at this point because they just can't keep up?
Well, we've signed 73 executive orders. Actually, the president was signing 2 more when I left the White House, so 75 executive orders. Quadruple the number of Barack Obama, double the number of Joe Biden in that same period of time. He is outworking every president ever, and the media can't keep up. But that first day, President Trump think about this, he was inaugurated, swore the oath of office, goes to the White House, sees his old office for the first time, the Resolute desk, and he says, let's invite journalists into one of the most intimate spaces of the American presidency in the Oval Office, and I'll take questions from them on any topic they want for more than an hour. This is the most transparent and accessible president we have ever had, despite what the media wants to say.
So, you're a mom.
I am.
Isn't that fabulous?
It's the best thing ever.
It's the best thing ever.
It is.
And I will tell you, in my time at the White House, it was with Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Ivanka Trump, Kellyanne Conway, Brooke Rollins. Between all this, we had 19 kids. I just, goodness gracious, a lot of kids. It's a huge sacrifice. It's a huge sacrifice. But you look at your son, Nico, and why are you doing what you're doing?
For him. And for all of the other children in this country, we have a country to save. And, I want my son to grow up in a free and patriotic America that we can be proud of. And thank you. I try to remind myself of that. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, one more question here. So yesterday I asked Vice President J.D. Vance.
Yes. Who's great, by the way? Who loves our Vice President?
I mean, seriously.
The best.
I asked him the question, what is your message to young men? There's a lot of young women out there, young girls who really admire you. I mean, in addition to being the youngest press secretary in history, really doing the work that you're doing and just being so strong while you're doing it. It's so admirable.
Thank you.
What's your message to these young women?
Stay strong, speak the truth, and don't let anybody tell you you can't achieve your dream or you can't get to that next step. Just believe in yourself, because there will be a lot of people who don't believe in you, who cast doubt on you, who talk bad about you. Screw them. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Ladies and gentlemen, Caroline Lovett, your